Got time. What's up, Jonah? Dude, Iddy's killing it. Now we just gotta get there. Soon. Surely. Alright. We're just reacting today. It's a simple day. Very soon. Dude, I hope. I need something to go right. I just need to collab with more people. That's probably it. I think the Oilers just scored a goal or something. I need to, like, collab with people, but I don't know who to collab with. You know? Alright. Oh, let's start the video. I don't know how long it's gonna take for people to pop in, so let's just start. Okay. This is Muujin. He's talking about SAG-AFTRA stuff. Some of the people running SAG-AFTRA have had some problems, so he's going over it. And then Stim game is Fortnite, as normal. So this is...
When I made my video about how a handful of entitled voice actors ruined the SAG-AFTRA video game strike overnight, honestly, I was expecting not just them to hate me,
There's the link for the video, by the way.
but all the voice actors combined. Because this video didn't just talk about how a few voice actors were entitled and very annoying, it also criticized SAG-AFTRA, the union behind the strike, and their sometimes very weird, counterproductive behavior. And of course, I also criticized the strike itself, which was handled very poorly by SAG-AFTRA with minimal transparency, all while encouraging these entitled and unprofessional voice actors to continue doing what they're doing, which was ruining the reputation of all voice actors. That was until a few weeks after I uploaded that video when a friend of mine reached out to me.
The video he's talking about, I'm gonna pause already. The video he's talking about, it was some Genshin Impact voice actors that were ruining stuff. The voice actor for Paimon, and like a couple others. Mainly the voice actor for Paimon was very vocal of stuff, and like when everyone else was trying to be quiet to get the best deal they could for voice actors, the VA for Paimon just kind of kept talking. Some good, some bad. Someone who's not under SAG, who's in, I think the guy that replaced a voice actor in Genshin, he's not from the US, right? Or Europe. He's from somewhere in Asia. So he's not under the same rules. So Paimon thought it was a great idea, the VA for Paimon to announce this, and it put him on blast and kind of just call him out for stuff when he's not under the same rules. That's, to my knowledge, that's all about. So this is the follow-up to that.
A friend of mine in particular happens to know dozens of voice actors who voice for games like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, and many anime dubs. And they proceeded to tell me that these voice actors actually loved my video. But then, as I was shocked by the statement, they took it a step further, telling me that whenever a voice actor was confused about the strike, they would send them my video as the explanation, which I thought was crazy. Now, as you can imagine, I was blushing like a teenage girl who met their favorite K-pop idol, but that unfortunately didn't last long, because the morbid reality hit me in the face. And that reality is the fact that there are voice actors paying $3,000 to join SAG-AFTRA, all while paying them a percentage of their yearly income to stay in the union, and SAG-AFTRA couldn't even do the bare minimum and explain to them the strike that they're in, to the point where these voice actors have to go to this dumbass's channel in order to understand what the hell's going on in a
They just like us.
strike they're supposedly a
That's the video to the right of the Cinder video is the previous SAG-AFTRA one, with the VA for Paimon as the thumbnail.
part of. But as ridiculous as this already is, today things have gotten worse and the stakes have never been higher. US-based voice actors are being ditched in favor of overseas voice actors, and SAG-AFTRA for a while was not budging, receiving the best, last, and final offer and stating that they were going to send yet another counteroffer, risking the entire industry. Every voice actor was shouting at the top of their lungs, "Please end the strike so we can get back to work. It's been 10 months. I'm about to be homeless." But SAG-AFTRA took a ridiculously long time to finally budge and only did so on June 9th, 2025. That's more than 1 month since receiving the final best.
That is 3 days ago as of this. He'll explain it, but part of the problem is people who aren't voice actors making the rules for voice actors. So, and the longer a strike goes on, the more people are incentivized to stay in the union to get the deal. So if you just keep the strike going, people are just still paying. So it's kind of messed up. Not kind of, it is.
Last
But
offer. And you have to wonder why. Well, thanks to an anonymous source, we don't have to wonder anymore. I was given a series of messages from members of the negotiating committee of SAG-AFTRA, clearly stating multiple times that they had no intentions on ending the strike anytime soon. Here's an example of someone on the negotiating committee sending this message shortly after my video came out, saying, "We are in the middle of a bargaining session, but some outside parties have engaged in a campaign to influence performers and we need to address it. Please look for a link from SAG-AFTRA in the morning." And when they say campaign to influence performers, they mean, oh, someone is telling the performers the truth, which makes performers want to end the strike and get back to work. We need to address this. Even going as far as encouraging other voice actors in that private Discord to not vote yes on ending the strike if a vote is ever held. Yep, you heard that right. Someone who's meant to stay impartial for the sake of the greater good, influencing other people to change their vote. These same negotiating committee members are being celebrated right now for being able to finally end the strike when in reality they never had any intentions to do.
you see what I'm saying? Like they have a financial incentive to keep it going. They have a financial incentive for people to not work. It's dumb. It's like having an arms dealer be on a peace committee. It's like, of course they're not gonna go for a good deal right away. Are you kidding? That's stupid. I had a thought that just trailed off. I was gonna continue saying something I don't remember. Head back to the video.
Do so. On Twitter, I hinted that a video like this is coming on the 11th. What followed quickly afterwards was the Discord going on lockdown. They're worried, and they should be. And if you thought this wasn't enough, SAG-AFTRA's website was inaccessible to anyone that didn't have a US-based IP. They're getting gradually more scared of outside influence, and when you watch this video, you'll understand why. So without further ado, let's do this. But first, a sponsor that doesn't have an annoying mascot in their game. Nostalgia is a funny thing. You might have grown up with video games, but they just don't hit the same anymore today. You look back at when League of Legends or World of Warcraft first launched. The excitement, the hype, the memories. But unfortunately, today nothing hits the same. Well, you're not the only one who thinks that. That's why a team of developers got together to develop Corepunk, a game that combines elements from the OG World of Warcraft and League of Legends to create an MMORPG with PvE and PvP elements. It's still in early access, but they just released a massive update. You can now trade gear on a global marketplace with other players. A new class, the Defender, just came out, wielding a sword and a shield and bringing in classic tanking capabilities with a lot of combos. And of course, you have Prison Island, a PvP and PvE survival dungeon where you try to grab as much loot as you can and escape. And this is without me mentioning the new dungeons coming soon, as well as the Battlegrounds mode that features 12 versus 12 PvP gameplay. So if that sounds interesting to you, make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment to join Corepunk Early Access today. Thank you.
Astacross has a video on that, so yeah, if it ever seems interesting, we'll probably just watch his coverage of it.
Corepunk for sponsoring this video. Alright, so on July 26, 2024, the video game strike had begun. The main reason centered around it was AI protections for voice actors. But as we saw in my last video, the contract they want signed is pretty damn long and has way more than just AI protections. Like how, for example, they want to make it very hard to hire non-union actors, people who are not a part of SAG-AFTRA. And if you do, you need SAG-AFTRA's direct approval, which can take a long time. And even if they give it, there's a time limit as to how much the voice actor can work for you before they are forced to join the union. Seeing that all these demands were not straightforward at all, the strike was not making much progress even 8 months after they had started.
That's a dumb... I don't know if that's normal for most unions, but that kind of kills indie, like, voice actors. Like freelance voice actors. You have to be in the union paying whatever yearly. That on its own seems predatory to me. And like a bullshit deal.
One of the games that was most affected was Genshin Impact, since it's a live service game. They have a set schedule with set updates which have voiced story missions. And little by little, you started seeing a lot of characters being muted. But hey, the community was fully supportive even though their story content was not being voiced. They wanted voice actors to get what was best for them, and no one really questioned the strike. No one really pointed out how SAG-AFTRA was fighting against AI while signing agreements with AI companies at the same time. These things were not on anyone's radar until March 26, 2025.
Oh! What's up, Iddy? Yo! Thank you for the raid! An Iddy raid is on the menu. Oh, what's up, raiders? Welcome on in. I'm Donda McGee. Welcome to the classroom. I do rarely talk about science going rants. We're reacting to a few things because my computer blows itself up if I do games right now. So, I'm trying to fix that. Thank you for the raid, Iddy. How was stream? I saw you were fishing. I don't know what game that is. The new hard drive is working, however, that's not the problem. Somehow my CPU is overclocked and it will not turn off, so I'm kind of just doing stuff until it crashes. If it crashes, I don't know what to do. If it doesn't crash, I fixed it. I'm a magic man and I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm being cautious. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Ah, fuck. Yeah. It is what it is. We fly. We either glide or we fall. Is what it is. Thank you for the raid. I do the shout out to all the people that you just brought over. Sure. I just heard yelling. I'm pretty sure the Oilers just lost something. We're watching a thing about SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA just, their strike just finished. This is about some of the people running SAG who were doing stuff against the voice actors, kind of kind of trying to wheel and deal while also trying to get stuff going for people. So, and then we have some body cam stuff to look at after that I promised yesterday, and we never got to. So, if you got to go get a drink or go rest, Diddy, don't feel like you got to stay. I'll take care of your people.
When Jacob Takanashi, a Japan-based voice actor who has nothing to do with SAG-AFTRA, took on the role of Kinich, a Genshin Impact character.
This is the character I just told you about, Jonah. The person. I gotta take a shower, but I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Oh, thank you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening as well.
From a striking voice actor who was not voicing the character for months. This resulted in a handful of very loud and unprofessional voice actors to attack him publicly, dogpiling him, sometimes going as far as pocket watching him, saying that he had bought a house recently and calling that out, and other times being literally community noted. There was even one instance where a voice actor said, "Hey guys, I'm looking to recruit someone for a voice acting role, except that one guy," referring to Jacob Takanashi. It was later revealed that Jacob had no idea a strike was even going on, something that was very embarrassing for all these weird, unprofessional voice actors. But of course, no one embarrassed themselves more than the voice actor behind Paimon, the character that talks the most in Genshin Impact.
So the reason Genshin Impact was because this strike was going on for so long, because the people doing the deals. Oh, Crane, thank you for the follow. Did my alert not come through? What the hell? Where's my alert? Oh! Sound alerts. Is that it? I don't know where that is. That might pop up. Yeah, fake? Whoa. Okay. Genshin Impact, obviously, needs voice actors. Segments were going muted. If you watched me play Destiny this past season, you would see some of the issues with that too. In fact, welcome in, Crane. I hope you enjoy your new emotes. You know Poe from... Obviously you know Poe. Poe made one of the emotes, the Yippee. And we have a couple other emotes made by people in chat, so... Welcome to the classroom. Genshin had started to go for people that are outside of NA. So, European and Eurasian voice actors, mainly Oceanic voice actors. Oceania. Yeah. So, what they were doing is replacing them with people who weren't in the union, so they could still do stuff. And because the union didn't tell the voice actors this, everyone just dogpiled on the new people, mainly this new guy. When he's not in NA under the union, he didn't know. And people went after him. And like Mojin just said, pocket watching, like, oh, you just bought a house. That's odd. Literally someone that isn't in the US is doing their job, and they're getting shit on for it. Because the union won't tell people what's going on. And then still charging you, I think, 1/10 of your earnings a year to be in it. And if it's one of the worst deals for a union I've heard. 1/10 of your income for the year has to come in. And if you're not in the union, you're not allowed to work as a voice actor. You have to, they end up forcing you to join the union under whatever, even if you're only doing it like recreationally or part-time. You still have to join if you're in NA, which is absurd, but crazy.
If I had to hire someone, okay, to destroy the reputation of a strike, I would hire Corinna. Give Corinna a 6-figure salary because I know Corinna will do an amazing job in this regard. Posting this unhinged rant, calling everyone out and losing all community support, while also telling everyone that, oh, Paimon is still voiced actually because I'm handicapped. I need to pay medical bills.
Oh yeah. So the VA for Paimon was dogging on this guy and like basically sending people to go after him for taking the job. Whereas they are not under, they're not following the strike. They are still working as Paimon without telling the other Genshin voice actors. So they are also double dipping on the social capital, but also just financial capital. Which I think should tell you all about their character. More than anything else.
But this made everyone take a step back and think, wait, so you took on a job for money, right? So Jacob is doing it what, for fun? He's doing it for money too! And this was one of many incidents highlighting how hypocritical Corinna and the other entitled voice actors were. Meanwhile, SAG-AFTRA, instead of denouncing this unprofessional behavior, decided to directly participate by tagging Hoyoverse's games on Twitter and telling them that they should discuss things. The final chapter of this incident was when Joe Zieha, a voice actor for Genshin Impact and many other things, made a video explaining the strike once and for all. And in it, around the 4-minute and 31-second mark, he said that Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, and any game under Hoyoverse was not in any way, shape, or form part of the strike. That these voice actors were striking in solidarity with the strike, but this was not part of the strike to begin with. This was the final nail in the coffin, especially for the Genshin Impact community. Not only was their support waning for the cause of these voice actors, but they just realized that this was never part of the strike. They missed out on voiced characters for nothing. This realization made these voice actors that participated in this very unprofessional behavior get flooded with hate comments. No matter what they posted, their reputation was permanently tarnished.
So voice actors that didn't attack this guy also got attacked, by the way, which is not... It was just kind of a nuke everything situation. Because I follow a couple of the voice actors because they do other stuff, and I saw their names trending. So like, oh, what's going on? And it's just people dogpiling them for stuff they weren't doing. Just because they're associated with Genshin.
So they all became refugees and permanently switched to Blue Sky. And that became, and I don't use this word lightly, their echo chamber. Here's why. Here's a voice actor who made a block list of anyone who disagrees with Corinna or any other entitled voice actor's opinion. If you don't know what a block list is on Blue Sky, I subscribe to this and it'll automatically block anyone who is on this list and anyone who gets added in the future. Thanks to this, the majority, if not all, of the entitled voice actors in question made this their main platform in which they retweet and spout the same things that they believe in. Most of them never admitted any wrongdoing. This was where we left off in the last video, but ever since then, many developments have occurred, which led us to the events of
Neither of them are in the
today,
right.
starting with a voice actor receiving threatening letters from SAG-AFTRA. Venti, the beloved femboy of Genshin Impact, is very important to the story. But here's the thing, he hadn't been in any story content for a very long time. So when version 5.6 of Genshin Impact was announced recently at the end of April, people were extremely excited to not only meet him again, but go back to the starting area. People's happiness was cut short though when they realized, wait, is Venti even going to be voiced? This was an important question to ask. His voice actress, Erica Harlacher Stone, is a known SAG-AFTRA member. She's part of the Union. And seeing that other Union members were striking Genshin Impact and other Hoyoverse games even though they weren't a part of the strike, people assumed that she would be doing the same thing, until we realized she didn't even have a choice. On Erica's TikTok, a disgruntled fan left this comment saying, you know what, we'll figure things out for you. You clearly don't give a damn about us or the game. We will be demanding a recast, and I pray to God you lose this role. You don't deserve it. To which Erica replied with, bruh, I'm trying to come back.
It's an
SAG-AFTRA
insane...
has been sending threatening letters to us, and it's been very complicated. I'm coming back soon. If it had been my choice, I would have been voicing the whole time. Sad face. Yeah, this goes deeper than you think. And I just want to take a second here to remind you that not all voice actors are
That is a unshowered comment. That is... I hope you lose your job, because I can't hear my favorite Pookie with his voice. I can't hear my Sweetums. That's so dumb. To send that comment. But now, we know that essentially the guild was extorting voice actors. Actually doing, you want to work in this town again? You deal with me or I break your kneecaps type. Like type messaging. One, that's illegal. Two, not the image you've presented, which hurts your deals if that ever comes out, and it's pretty easy for that to just come out. People will just put their foot in their mouth immediately and then think it'll never come out. I don't understand this.
like Corinna. In fact, the majority isn't. The majority is like Erica. They just haven't said anything because they're scared of SAG-AFTRA, because then they risk getting kicked out of the union or shunned out of the industry. But Erica was having none of it. She was tired of losing opportunities, and she was tired of voice actors having their reputation get destroyed just because of a handful of very bad apples. One of her fans asked on TikTok, does this mean some of the other voice actors will be back in the 5.7 update? By the way, love your work. To which she said, I think so. SAG-AFTRA has been sending threatening letters, so it's been very difficult to navigate, but they were rude to me and I'm sick of this shit, so lol. Again, doubling down on the idea that she's been receiving threatening letters from SAG and that she's sick of this strike. The comments then continued with her saying, thank you guys for loving Venti as much as I do. I'm so sorry the strike has sucked for everyone. We didn't even vote on it. That's a bombshell by itself, by the way. But hold on a second, just for the sake of being objective here, there was a vote that was held at the end of September 2023. It was 98.32% in favor. That's how many people voted yes. However, the people who voted were only 27% of eligible voters. So the majority didn't even vote. Was that because SAG communicated this in a very bad way? It's a possibility. They usually give barely 2 to 3 days notice before an important meeting. But just keep this in mind. Erica probably means she wasn't notified, she had no idea, which is totally valid, especially with this union. She then continues, I should probably take my own advice and shut the fuck up now, LMAO, but yeah, I'm really sorry for how dumb this has all been. So even though she's been speaking out very bravely to everyone about what's actually going on behind the scenes, she's of course still very concerned with the consequences she might face with SAG-AFTRA. They could, for example, kick her out of the union, and if she relies on union health insurance, then hey, say goodbye to that. Finally, a fan asked, hey, are you going to cover Venti's voice lines and everything you missed previously? And she said, yes, I will cover everything I missed. I'm literally so over this, LMAO. We got massively screwed over and I just want to get back to work. So of course, everything she said so far is like listening to someone in prison asking to be let out. But it of course also makes you wonder, wait, do other voice actors also feel the same way? Well, actually, yeah. At least the ones who aren't unhinged like Corinna. But bear in mind, these revelations of Erica came around the end of April, beginning of May. We're now in the beginning of June 2025. And the topic has shifted massively. It went from, oh, SAG-AFTRA is treating its voice actors like disposable toilet paper to, oh, SAG-AFTRA is literally about to make their entire profession go extinct because of how irresponsible they are. On May 5th, The Variety magazine reported video game companies released best and last offer to SAG-AFTRA addressing AI demands amid 9-month strike, exclusive. This is of course a very big deal. A best and last offer is exactly what it sounds like. It means the studios are saying this is the best we can do. We are not willing to change a single thing no matter what happens. You either take it or you leave it. So many voice actors were of course hopeful that this is finally going to end. I mean, it's not like SAG-AFTRA has a choice. If they refuse this and studios refuse to negotiate further, there will be no new contract negotiations until 2028. It will be like shooting yourself in the foot with a shotgun.
Killing
More
every
importantly,
project.
this best and final offer had exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone's. And when I say everyone, I mean actual working voice actors.
Okay, so the use of AI in video games requires consent first, reasonable descriptions, compensation can be negotiable, visual or covered. I don't know what that means. PCAP or covered, can suspend consent during strike for games. For TV animation, consent required, reasonable description, compensation negotiable, visual or covered, and then it can suspend during strike is negotiable, and that's the same for TV and film and TV animation. Independently created digital replica is just kind of the same as the above. Okay. So that covers digital or visual AI recreations? I'm assuming. PCAP, I'm not sure what that means though. That seems like a damn good deal though. Gives all the power to the voice actor instead of whatever company. Or in this case, the union in whatever company.
Everything in green was something that SAG-AFTRA was asking for, and it was granted. Everything in red is not granted, and everything in yellow is negotiable on a case-by-case basis. So one contract may have them, another one may not.
So exactly what they want.
Outright refused like what's in the red. As you can see, this is a whole lot of green. It's actually very impressive. And again, because of this, many voice actors were thinking, finally, like this is it, right? We can finally, after 10 months of striking, get back to work and earn some money, right? Well, no. The voice actor behind Capitano and Genshin Impact and many other anime characters in anime dubs tweeted this out a few
Oh, okay. Mocap. They can. That's an AI problem? How would mocap have an AI problem just for like procedurally generated movements? How would that work? They probably feed someone's mannerisms into an AI thing. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. I forgot mocap also did like full face stuff. Okay. You know what? Hey, I understand now. That makes sense. I was just like body movements. I was thinking like just getting a character to move whatever. No, that I get that now.
few weeks after this final offer was presented, saying all of SAG-AFTRA membership got to vote on the interactive strike authorization. And now, even after receiving the last, best, and final offer, SAG is saying they are still negotiating. No, you aren't. It's done. The deal is good. Now let us vote to end the strike. Someone replied with, they really don't want to make life easier, damn, to which this voice actor replied with, yes, and not real sure why at this point. We can't negotiate anymore. It's either this or no more Union AAA video games. And he is not exaggerating in any way. If this doesn't work and they have to wait till 2028 to renegotiate, there will be no more unions for big budget video games in regards to anything performance related. So voice acting, motion capture, you name it. But all of this doesn't add up at all. In 2023, there was the Hollywood actors strike by SAG-AFTRA, and after 118 days of striking, when they received a proposal from the studios they were striking against, they held a vote, with 78% of members voting in favor of taking the contract. On the other hand, 22% voted no, and there were some very heavy criticisms to accepting the agreement a bit too early. But hey, that's what a union is. You vote on your rights, because everyone has a say. Hell, the same day the voice actor of Capitano made his tweet, SAG-AFTRA had held a vote for people who are in audio commercials, and they were able to approve their contract with a vote of 96.9% saying yes and 3.1% saying no. So how is it exactly that every other facet of SAG-AFTRA could vote when they get an actual counteroffer, but voice actors are not being given that right, which is a fundamental right of a union? Like, you have to understand, there are voice actors who haven't worked for over 10 months because of this strike. They, just like Erica, would receive a threatening letter if they were to work on video games. More specifically, ones that don't have this new contract that most haven't accepted. So this isn't just about the existential threat of voice acting as a whole in the United States, but it's about people who are literally on the brink of being homeless, needing a job. So seeing that things have gotten so
Union
bad
doesn't
that
care.
SAG-AFTRA finally decide to hold a vote and have their members decide what to do next? No. You know what they did instead? They held a Q&A on Instagram Live. Fucking hell. Yep, that's right. It featured the SAG-AFTRA Interactive Media Agreement Negotiating Committee Chair, Sarah El-Maleh, and Chief Negotiator, Duncan Crabtree Ireland.
So how much you want to bet? Two things. Neither of them is a voice actor, and neither of them has to worry about getting paid. Regardless what happens, they still get money. And can go home without worry. For traditional actors, is the union committee not also like made up of people who do acting or have previously done acting? Because if not, I feel like it should be. Because then you understand, like, if you don't have to be an actor to understand what actors need for rights, but it definitely helps. But considering they went almost a full year without people getting paid, I don't think these two care. Not the way people think they do.
Who also served as chief negotiator for the Hollywood strike back in 2023. This was all in an effort to discuss and answer questions about the video game negotiations and the
Mostly yes, but this is a specific committee for AI. Well, I mean, it's is this committee just for AI? I thought this was committee was solely for like voice actors, but going after AI stuff. Like it's not solely for AI. That's just the current protection they're going for. But either way, I'm assuming they're not voice actors. Because if you were a voice actor, even a previous voice actor, you would understand 10 months without pay is not viable. Especially for rent and stuff. Utilities. Like there's a lot, like car payments, whatever, phone and stuff. Those are things you all need. Voice acting, yeah, you can do at home if you have a little studio built, but you still need phone plans for contact and stuff. You need a house, just full stop, and you need food. And I know some of these voice actors have families, so it's not just one person that is writing off a savings. Chatting and I Google. Alright. Well, Joan will get that for us.
Strike, hoping to maybe reassure some people who were panicking about the fact that their profession might get deleted tomorrow. And as you might have guessed, this was an utter disaster.
If you're union, you have to have a lot of stuff specific and provided by the project itself. By the project itself. So like, if you're voice acting for a game, they have to pay you or pay your, like, what, health benefits? I don't know what you mean by that. Or like what that's supposed to entail. Like you can't just record at home and send it over. You have to be in studio with breaks and times. Okay. Yeah. I just mean for like... Yeah. I was thinking like off of like COVID stuff, people would do it from home because they couldn't go in. But that doesn't matter now. I thought studios were still kind of operating so kind of under that sort of rule. It's like if it's easier, then go with it that way. Okay. Still, that's 5 months without getting paid is too much for people. 10 is insane to do.
That was extremely tone deaf and really showed us that the people who are doing this are not doing it in the best interest of voice actors. They couldn't care less.
No
This
shit.
live Q&A was from the 28th of May and someone uploaded the whole thing on Vimeo. One of the biggest concerns from voice actors is the fact that their jobs are literally being replaced by overseas actors, especially in the UK. That question was asked, and here's how they answered it. As you listen to this, think of yourself as a voice actor who hasn't worked in 10 months. Is it comforting? Let's see.
Next question. We've heard that at least 8 AAA union games have exited the union since the beginning of May. What steps are you taking to prevent the union from losing more jobs? Well, I'll start on this and then Sarah can weigh in if she wants to. I have heard from certain back-channel sources about some games that have either threatened to or started casting, for example, outside the United States or with non-union workers. The fact of the matter is that it is possible for some of these games to shift to casting and production outside the U.S. As far as producing in the U.S., if there are signatory producers who are doing games non-union, then you can expect us to take legal action to address that.
The guy specifically works on overseeing negotiations as his profession. Sarah herself is a voice actor. Okay. Currently a voice actor? Or, like, has moved on from voice acting? Because you should understand, like, what was just offered is the best you're gonna get, and you're still wanting more? She was in Hi-Fi Rush? Okay. So then why... Okay, so maybe the committee is using these two as, like, public scapegoats. Like, these are the faces to go after. Because I refuse to believe a voice actor, unless they're being malicious, wouldn't take that deal in a heartbeat. Especially after almost a year. Like, essentially a year. 2 months away? That's a year. This has to be the same thing of like... Niji Sanji did this. When they let Selen go, they had 3 VTubers make a response instead of the company doing it. Because they wanted to put a face to it that people could go after, instead of just management, company, committee stuff. I imagine it's kind of the same with this. These two are the sacrificial committee members.
Because they're not entitled to do that. But I think the most important step that we're taking is looking to try and reach an agreement. But reaching an agreement doesn't involve just capitulating to the employer position. I'll remind everybody that there was a point not too long ago where there were some people who said that we should just accept buyouts as part of the deal and make that deal. And right now, the last best and final that was put on the table with us does not include those buyouts because we pushed back on it. So I think that it's more nuanced than just a yes or no. And that's why we're actively engaged in communicating with the employer group in the hopes of reaching a deal quickly. That would obviously be the best thing that we could do to help make sure that that production.
Okay, one of the comments in this live, 12 gaming companies have already left. Let's please end this soon some more. Don't leave 500 roles that could have gone to SAG actors. I want to know what companies backed out of it. Because that's also like kind of a PR nightmare to back out of union stuff. So I'm curious which ones decided to. Obviously Genshin, like Hoyoverse. And they have, just with the 3 games they're running, probably like, what, 100, 200 characters? It's 200 people alone for that company. I wonder what else.
Resumes and continues quickly.
Yeah, so if I had to give an example to someone as to what corporate speak sounds like, absolute corporate mumbo jumbo, I would just use this clip as an example. Yeah, don't worry. Sarah will echo the same thing. It's like, hey, we're being replaced by people overseas. Can we get a move on? Yeah, but you know, this is really about the agreement, and we'll take our time examining the agreement, and we'll get back to you, and hopefully, you know, we'll get to a point where we're happy. It's like, come on, dude, get to the point. I'm about to be homeless. And just so you're aware, this guy right here on the left, yeah, Duncan, he makes over $1 million a year working for SAG-AFTRA.
All right, so that... Ooh, haven't updated Fortnite yet? Oh, good, Matney, don't worry. So what I said, like, what, 20 minutes ago of, yeah, he probably still gets paid regardless what they're doing. Voice actors don't get paid much sometimes. Making $1 million a year? Ooh, I wonder why this deal is taking forever to go through. Surely you don't have financial motivations to let it just keep going. Surely not. Surely not. What for the union has to happen for you to make $1 million a year? How much is the union getting paid? Because to my knowledge, you send in 1/10 of what you make a year to the union, or more, depending on like whatever like personal contract you have. Sitting there going, like, well, I need to remind you of where we were not long ago. When you're making $1 million, I've only seen a little bit of the video and I only knew about. People are on the verge of losing their house, going homeless. A year of not being able to work, and yet he still gets paid. That's a red flag for me. You have no incentive to end the strike. You are incentivized to keep it going. Because then more people have to join your union to get the benefits, which means you end up getting paid more. they're not coming at this from actually wanting to end it. And if he's making $1 million a year, I don't think he's a scapegoat. If he was just some person in the back, maybe, but Sarah might be, where they want to have like an actual voice actor be on face. But this is... There is nothing you should be doing where you make $1 million a year working for a union. There's no way. You don't do anything either frequently enough or important enough to warrant that much money.
1 million. Sarah, on the other hand, also works for SAG. I'm sure her salary is amazing, and even if it wasn't, she doesn't have to worry about not being able to find a job. As a voice actor who hasn't worked for 10 months, who's literally struggling to make ends meet, hearing these two talk about this must feel like the most out of touch thing ever.
Also, yeah, she's a voice actor, but she does work for the union as well. So she's secure. But like, yeah, you're secure, but you should know as a voice actor, hey, these are really good. I want these, unless you just don't care about anybody else.
How can he sit here and so confidently say we're going to keep the strike going without taking in any points of feedback while you make $1 million a year? It just doesn't really feel right. It feels weird. You can see some comments here saying 12 gaming companies have already left. Let's please end this soon so more don't leave. 500 roles that could have gone to SAG actors. Another person says let the actors vote. Another one says let the actors vote. It's a very unfortunate situation.
Why would you do it live?
Posted this on Instagram, showing what they want changed in the last best and final offer. There are 3 essential items here, right? And the first one, the most important one that they really want to show you first here in the slideshow, is that they don't like companies generating new materials with replicas during a strike. Just so you know, AI replicas are actually part of this contract. Voice actors are allowed to consent if they're getting paid for it. So this right here really bothers SAG-AFTRA because it takes away power from them when they're striking. In fact, during the end of the Q&A, you can hear the pain in the voices of these two people when someone has a question about Side Letter 6 project. Here's how the Coalition of Dubbing Actors explains this. Remember this name because they will be very important later on. But in a nutshell, they say, it's a serious flaw in the SAG-AFTRA video game contract that allows projects that have begun production before a strike was called to continue without disruption. This coalition then says, we strongly urge all actors to avoid auditioning for and working on SL6 projects. But here's the thing, this is in the contract. And it wasn't talked about enough when the entitled voice actors were losing their minds on Twitter. So SAG really don't want another SL6 situation because it gives them less power during strikes, and they're willing to sacrifice this current strike just to hear back on this. Reason 2, which is fair dispute resolution, and reason 3, which is close the loophole. You can read these for yourself, but these 3 right here are why this strike is still ongoing and why they're risking everything. But most voice actors are already very happy with.
Let's see, there's currently 4 things that are just a full-on no, companies will not negotiate on. And then 5 things they are willing to negotiate on. Everything else is good. They're doing this just to get, like, there's no reason to keep this going on unless they are making more money themselves. I hear more yelling, so I think the Oilers scored. So, here.
With this right here.
I'm gonna mute for a second.
Everything that's in green that we already discussed, these 3 things aren't that big of a deal for them. That's the problem. But when you're making $1 million a year, you might not be able to see that. Anyway, during this Q&A, Mr. $1 Million here had this to say about a question. Watch.
I just want to say, whether you agree with or disagree with the committee or any individual member of the committee or whatever, this committee, these members have devoted a vast amount of their personal lives to fighting for this contract, and they've done it not because it's their paid job to do it or for any other reason than because they care about helping make sure that our members are protected and that this contract is the contract that members deserve and that we achieve the best possible contract at the table. So I just want to say to everybody out there, you know, it's totally great to agree or disagree with the committee. You know, this is a union where we welcome differences of opinion, but I hope that everybody will really recognize and respect the commitment and contribution that your committee members have made on your behalf as part of doing this process.
You hear that? I would punch him. That's a horrible answer or horrible. we know you haven't been able to work for a year, and you're late on rent and like car payments and whatever, and maybe you can't support your family. And I know I make $1 million a year, but just know I put a lot of time into making sure you couldn't work for a year. So just don't be mad at me, okay? Fuck you. Give me some of your salary then. Imagine Jeff Bezos going like, hey, I know you want a union. I know you're doing this, but I put a lot of time into getting this company going. You should be grateful for what I'm doing for you. As he's sitting on his yacht. And as they are sitting in their office where they are probably getting paid to do this live stream, to the people that currently cannot work without losing out on health benefits, probably dental, just whatever other benefits the union gives them. I bet he still gets benefits. He doesn't have to worry. That's the worst statement to say. That's... Oh.
Hear that? It is okay, even welcomed, to disagree with the committee currently negotiating this contract on behalf of all union members. Very beautiful. I mean, SAG-AFTRA is a democracy after all, right? Well, no, not really. The negotiating committee has its own agenda, and they're not willing to listen to anyone who doesn't share their own opinions, as we're about to find out in numerous conversations that they've had in a private Discord.
Oh.
Alright, so remember the Coalition of Dubbing Actors, otherwise known as CODA? According to their website, they have spent decades creating quality voice acting to localize amazing foreign projects so that they can be experienced and enjoyed by audiences.
Dude, I love drama. If I'm not involved, I love drama. And... okay, it's gonna be some, like... someone who wants... What do we think it's going to be? What are your thoughts on what it's going to be, Jonah? What's the tone of it in the Discord? Is it high and mighty? Is it like, we're actually trying to big brain this? What is what people are saying of Trump, with Trump now? Power of the deal or whatever? Are they trying to do that, you think? Definitely high and mighty. Ooh. Is that what what is it, like, art of the deal? It's probably more art of the deal, but this website looks horrible. That red text is hard to read.
Across the world.
Art of the
That's
stink.
Wonderful. But if you were to join their private Discord server, you would never guess that that's what they do. No,
Art of the
instead
deal.
you think that it's some sort of radicalization.
Aren't they just not telling the actors basically anything? Yeah, basically actors don't know. That's why voice actors were attacking each other, because they don't know what is going on. Part of the deal. Good one, Devoid. Good stinker.
Pipeline that's meant to make you think that this strike can go on forever. This server has hundreds of members, mostly people who are new, but many who are in SAG-AFTRA as union members. Here you'll see many messages from people on the negotiating committee, as well as people who are also present on Blue Sky and who spend a lot of time pushing the same ideas there. Starting us off, here's a message from a high-ranking negotiating committee member, garnering a lot of reactions from people in the server. Here's what they had to say very shortly after receiving the last best and final offer. They've given a last best offer. Next may come a last best and final offer. Next, they may try to walk away. The selfish elites will claim they can leave forever because they don't believe we are worth anything. Disney and Warner Bros. Can do that. They don't make games, they just license them. Formosa and Blindlight, which are recording studios, will be in danger of going out of business, which is why VoiceWorks broke away and why Blindlight just found a way to get a game on the to be announced without having to sign themselves. Insomniac and the other plot-driven studios will finish their SL6 games and then be faced with asking actors to scab. Voice actors like Jen and Troy will likely do that out of spite and selfishness, but the studio's reputations will suffer and they will lose access to their on-camera celebrities. I just want to point out, this is a negotiation.
Okay. One, calling people out specifically. Horrible idea. One, that's in writing now. They know who owns that Discord account. Two, Disney and Warner Brothers do produce video games. They license, yes, but they own game studios. Disney makes video games. Warner Brothers also makes video games. Shadow of Mordor is made by a Warner Brothers studio. In the comments, he mentions that it's not Jen Taylor, but another Jen. Okay. But they are talking about Troy Baker. Ooh. Either way, and whether that's the same Jen they're talking about or not, don't mention somebody. Like they're talking about it like they're talking at like a lunch table under hushed whispers, gossiping.
Negotiating committee member calling out two very well-known voice actors in the industry. Okay, all right. They continue. Call of Duty, Fortnite, and all of the purely celebrity-driven content will have to come back. They've built their business model on it, and on-camera celebrities are not going to work non-union during a strike. So we may have to see how long they will hold out while we continue to make money with the interim. We will likely update the interim with new understanding of the tech in the next few months to lure in more games, and we'll see who wins. That is my best logic-driven approach without the fear-mongering weighted in. So yeah, this feels like a motivational talk to people who are worried about losing their jobs, while calling out two very well-known voice actors by name, as well as saying a very funny sentence here: we will continue to make money with the interim, referring to the studios who've already signed the interim agreement. It's funny to me because voice acting in video games pays like nothing, and these roles in particular with the new interim agreement are very far and few in between. But you have to remember, even though there's hundreds of people in this Discord, many of them are new voice actors, ones that are up and coming, and they might be a bit naive. I mean, you have a negotiating committee member here telling you all these things. They must be right. They're a veteran. In fact,
Surely.
in this one's particular case, they used to be a board member of SAG-AFTRA. Who am I talking about? Well, meet Zeke Alton. But before we do, we need to talk about the AI voice acting company by the name of Ethovox, the only premium voice service created by actors and empowered by AI. They claim to be an AI company that is ethically sourced. Interestingly enough, SAG-AFTRA signed an agreement with Ethovox on October 30th, 2024, a few months after this video game strike had even begun. But you know what's the most interesting part of all this? Zeke used to be on the board of Ethovox. And as his description says, he's a professional voice actor, NAVA advisory board member, and former SAG-AFTRA board member. And now he's back at SAG-AFTRA as one of the members of the negotiating committee for the strike, even posting official information directly from SAG-AFTRA in channels like Strike Talk Official. My source actually tells me that Zeke isn't just back to be a negotiating committee for SAG, he's actually back to be a full-time board member at SAG-AFTRA. This of course only makes him and the union look worse. Another name you'll see a lot in these conversations is Kyle McCarley. He is not someone on the negotiating committee of SAG-AFTRA, but he is someone who shares Zeke's views almost one-to-one. This can be seen on his Blue Sky account, with his profile picture being the SAG-AFTRA on strike icon and dedicating almost his entire feed to the strike, even being retweeted many times by our friend Karina. This message right here gives us kind of a glimpse of the mentality Kyle, Zeke, and many others in this Discord have when he said, and I'm still sitting here.
Zeke is a part of an AI, a company that ethically sources AI voices. Just like you source milk, I guess. And on the board going against AI, while also trying to get people to sign up for the thing that he gets paid by. It seems like both. So he's not double dipping. He's taking a dip from the AI company and a dip from the committee and getting benefits from being a voice actor, probably, or just benefits from working for SAG. So just like a double agent, I guess. Big news. What is this, Crane? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, that just... Is it still up? Oh, wait. Oh, we got a loop going. Sorry, you're in the middle of something. Hey, okay. Hockey? So we, Oilers, our team, the team Crane and I like, are in the white here. We don't like red. Red is bad. Red is poo-poo. And of... Oh.
Draisaitl in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers tie the series.
That's my city. That's my people. Crane, I click on links. It's okay. The Oilers have won in overtime, I think, 3 times now. Which means we need one more. Have we won 3 times against the Panthers? Is it 3-2 right now? If it's 3-2 and we win the next one, we get a cup. Now, I'm not a sports guy, but if I can shit on Florida anytime, the Panthers specifically, Crane's part of Florida is perfectly fine. I will take it. 8 days of the week, I'll take it. I'll make a new day just to do it again.
You're thinking blow the whole
I'll keep the video paused until the ads are done. Thank you for showing me that, Crane. I also heard family yelling in the background, so I figured we won. Just by that. Oh, that's good though. The Florida Panthers, I was watching stuff about them. They have this like rat trick thing they talk about. And Crane, I asked you about the rat thing. I think I know what it is. Like 30 years ago, there was a rat in a locker room, and the hockey players just shot hockey pucks at the rat until it died. And they just decided, you know what, that's a funny story. Let's make that into merch. So they really got nothing going on down there. Yeah, that's the rat trick thing. Someone killed a rat with a hockey puck. And that's why the Panthers have the rat merch. That's why they throw rats on the ice and stuff. And last time the Oilers were down, like, in Florida, or whatever game they played last, not the one today, the Panthers were just actually cheating and not getting called. And fans were, like, dumping stuff on the tunnel the Oilers were going through. Panthers just suck. Merchandising animal abuse and then just being horrible. But hey, Oilers win. We win. Hey.
whole contract up. They don't want to give us what we want. Let them
We're getting back to the video now. Thank you again, Crane, for showing that.
walk. Kill the deal entirely. Interim becomes the new IMA, and when they inevitably come crawling back to us, they give us the terms we should have gotten from them 10 months ago. But it doesn't work like that. I mean, not easily anyway. So yeah, of course, this can be seen as a lighthearted message, but the tone here doesn't really change in the next messages either. And it's this idea that they hold all the cards, that the studios need them more than they could ever need the studios, when that is not the case. Many jobs are being lost as we speak to overseas actors, and this is a very irresponsible thing to think, even as a joke in such a serious setting. Here we can see a voice actor asking a question and tagging Zeke, saying, "Could I have a suspicion confirmed? If someone is FICOR and advertising/working on non-union work during a strike, that can affect their ability to work union in the future, right?" Now, just as a reminder, being FICOR means that you're kind of part of SAG-AFTRA, but you're just giving up all the benefits of being union in order to work non-union work without consequences. And even though you're technically under SAG-AFTRA, SAG-AFTRA sees you as a scab, which is wonderful, but you can still qualify for health insurance if you're working union projects. So the whole point of becoming FICOR is to be able to work non-union work even during a strike. But this voice actor is wondering, does this affect their ability to work union jobs in the future? Because they can work both, union and non-union. Zeke says it would be considered scabbing and they would never be allowed back into the union.
Oh.
The union cannot prevent a company from hiring them in the future, but union developers have been asking for lists of people not to hire. Let me just repeat that one more time. Union developers have been asking for lists of people not to hire. He continues, "Of course, that's illegal and unrealistic, but it's a small community. We're all responsible for our actions, and flaunting a strike is more serious than I think some performers understand. They'll be severely limiting their career opportunities in the future to only the kind of games that are actively looking to gather up actors' digital identities." So look, when you become FICOR, okay, SAG-AFTRA tries to stop you multiple times. It's like asking a bank to withdraw $1 million cash. They'll try to stop you multiple times because they don't have the money. They gotta get it from the vault. And usually, when you become FICOR, it's already almost impossible to become union again. This message message from Zeke signals that yes, I mean, they're doing what they signed up for. They're FICOR. They can work non-union jobs even during a strike, but there might be some consequences, even though it's not written in the contract. Like, admitting this is crazy. The fact that there are union developers hoping to get a list of people not to hire. Now,
sounds
of
like
course,
mob
he does say it's
stuff.
illegal and unrealistic, but I mean, then he says, but it's a small community. I can't conclude anything from this, but I do have a feeling that maybe, just maybe, if you sign up to be FICOR to work non-union jobs during a strike, then you might get discriminated against when it comes to taking on union jobs in the future, which is kind of crazy. A voice actor chimes in and says, I mean, I would assume it's the same rules as pre-strike. If you're non-union, you're free to work whatever you want. To which Kyle says, if you're not a member, you are not beholden to any union rules, including strike rules. However, working non-union during a strike does undermine its efforts every bit as much as promoting that work does. The reason to withhold that work or not promote it is to stand in solidarity with your fellow actors, but nothing.
So this is why I was saying it was predatory, because if you're not under the union, you're not allowed to work, or you can only work, I think they said 20 hours until you have to join the union to keep working. Or you can only work a certain amount of hours before you are forced to become part of the union. So now, if you're under the union or not, you're not allowed to work because other people are trying to go for stuff that doesn't benefit you. So why would I? Where's the benefit in that? There's no. So if you're not a member, you're not beholden to any rules. However, working non-union during strike undermines its efforts. No, I don't think so. Because the amount of people that are in the union versus not doesn't matter, because this would also be saying like all non-North American voice actors have to abstain from working. Because SAG is just American. And like North American. Because part of the problem earlier in the video was actors in other countries were being hired to fill the roles that North American actors were not filling. So working on non-union projects doesn't do anything for the union projects. Exactly. So there's no correlation. So why does this matter? Unless you just want this only matters because this would put more pressure on companies if you can't get any voice actors, union or non-union. My voice cracked. So if you can't get anybody, like if basically the whole industry is saying, no, we won't work for you, union or not, you are forced to then abide by what the union is trying to do. They are trying to force companies to go for their deals because they're trying to strong arm people that they can't control into following along. Which I feel like is extortion. Because you can just put on their name on a list and say, hey, they're not part of the union. Essentially saying like they're a tainted worker. Like you know how like if you, like how there's a thing for landlords, they'll talk to each other and they'll like put tenants on a blacklist? Usually that's intended for bad tenants, where you damage a place or you don't pay rent or something, to make sure that protects the landlords. But there's no incentive to not just, if you hold a grudge against someone or you don't like somebody, that you won't put their name on the list. This is the same. This is the exact same situation. You're trying to... This is mob tactics. You're trying to extort people that aren't part of your group, that follow your group, or else. Like, you'll never work in this town again. Ah, bah, bah. Like, just yelling at them for no reason.
Nothing requires you to do so, other than the very slim potential for jeopardizing your future membership if that's something you want to pursue someday. So Cal comes in, mostly agrees with Zeke, but does so in a more level-headed way, with no mention of some sort of blacklist, only saying there's a very slim potential chance of you not being able to join SAG-AFTRA if you want to in the future. Which is still ridiculous, by the way, because you're non-union. Why should a strike even matter to you? Zeke then comes in again and says it can be considered scabbing. If the union is actively working to flip a game like Genshin, an actual working non-union would be in violation. Also, if the non-union games turns out to be one that was previously union and the producer pulled a fast one, it can still be considered scabbing under the current strike order. The only thing the union can do is to note it and tag you as someone who is never allowed to join in the future. So Zeke comes in again, undoes everything Kyle said, okay, like that level-headed response, down the toilet, and reiterates, guys, if you work a non-union job during a strike, you'll never be able to join SAG in the future. And also, if you're non-union working on a game like Genshin Impact, also, you're in violation. This is actually really funny to me because according to Zeke, Karina...
Yeah, if it... Okay. It can be seen as, like, scabbing, like, whatever, but you're not part of the union. Like, saying, they'll tag you so it's like you never get to work under, like, for a union job, ever? Is that not just extortion? Like, is that... I don't... Where is that supposed to sound good to people? Scabbing is for anyone working on a union project during a strike. That's it. Has nothing to do with non-union. Apparently not. Apparently it has everything to do with being in a union. Even if you, or like everything to do with union stuff, even if you're not. So...
The voice actor behind Paimon is someone who is never allowed to join SAG-AFTRA.
Also, yeah, the VA for Paimon is part of this and seems to be on friendly terms with these people. Yet they are actively working during a strike. It's literally incorrect. I don't know why they keep making it seem like that. I don't know. The Paimon voice actor is saying, like, I'm disabled. I need to work. I guarantee you, you're not the only disabled voice actor. But other people that are disabled and a voice actor are probably still going along with the strike. So you're scabbing and expecting other people to not scab while you're doing it. For me, but not for thee type thing. So you don't benefit from anything of the union, but if you work, we'll make sure you don't benefit from anything further if you want to join in the future. That's why people make funds for each other whilst... Yeah. This is handled so poorly, man.
Again, because they voiced Paimon for months during the strike as a Phi Corps member. But I'm sure not all rules are applied equally in SAG-AFTRA, seeing that it's an amazing, very fair organization. If things haven't been weird enough, let's get back to Erica. When she complained to her fans that she was receiving threatening letters from SAG, and that she really wanted to get back to this, the fact that she didn't even vote for the strike to begin, the Coda Discord took notice. Here's what they had to say. A voice actor by the name of Marin M. Miller said, "It's very sad that Erica has failed to meet this moment in a way that supports the people around her." Oh, someone above said, "Right, that's because they're composing acting industry fan fiction. It doesn't have to make sense." Kyle McCarley said, "Single most damaging thing any one person has done to the strike efforts, in my opinion." Can we just read that again real quick? Single most damaging thing any one person has done to the strike efforts, in my opinion. Really? I mean, I think you're insulting Karina right now by saying this. Really? Erica? Really? This video right here literally ended the strike, okay? This video right here ruined voice acting reputation for generations, and you're gonna blame Erica. Interesting. Then another member of the negotiating committee chimes in, Lindsay. She says, "We're just trying to fight for AI protections, something that can't be done on an individual level. When MiHoYo makes a digital replica of her character and never hires her again, she's going to wish she had a horde of union lawyers to go after them. So look, these messages can be interpreted in a million different ways. All I'll say is that it's a shame. The fact that one of their colleagues for the last 10 months has not been able to voice a role they enjoy so much that means a lot to them, while being under the threat of being replaced, sucks. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It sucks to be in Erica's shoes. And I'm not seeing one message here that is showing empathy. It's also ridiculous to me how they chose to, on purpose, right, blind themselves from the entitled voice actors from my last video. Yet people openly blacklisting Jacob, calling him out, tweeting about his finances, and publicly blacklisting him from projects. And these people are convinced that Erica venting about the fact that she can't work on a character she loves due to this strike is the single most damaging thing any person has done to the strike efforts. That's crazy to me. It's further proof that we're really in an echo chamber and that if someone agrees with you, they can do no wrong. But anyway, we're now back to the message that I showed you at the beginning of the video. Yes, the person who sent it was Zeke Alton, talking about how some outside parties have engaged in a campaign to influence performers and we need to address it. Why is he saying that? What does he even mean? Well, at some point, Zeke said, SL6 Elder Scrolls is sending out auditions again. Let's all tell Blindlight to F off.
Okay, so one crazy way to find out Elder Scrolls 6 is still going on is from this, because ESO complied. That's the word. Why couldn't I think of that? ESO complied with the strike. So this, I think, would either be the DLC per season that's just coming out for ESO, or for ES6, for Elder Scrolls 6. So crazy way to find out that's still in production. I'm pretty sure this is for ES6. Which, hey, cool. Zeke, by the way, is part of whatever AI thing still. So keep that in mind. This guy's double dipping.
So Blindlight isn't a developer, it's a Los Angeles-based company providing Hollywood production services to the video game industry. So the Elder Scrolls 6 hires them to do the recording for them, kind of like how Genshin Impact hires studios in the US to do recording for them. They're not directly involved. The Elder Scrolls is an SL6 project. It started before the strike. It's perfectly legal within SAG-AFTRA contract terms to work them without any repercussions, without being a scab. But Zeke's over here saying, let's tell them to F off, even though it's perfectly legal to take it. A while later, Zeke says, with all the angry rhetoric about how employers are going to walk away from us and the fear tactics used to get people to accept a bad deal, today, Blindlight put out an audition for a game under the tiered budget agreement. Let me say that again for the cheap seats. Blindlight has agreed to put out a game with our AI protections. Tell me again what these companies won't do. So look, I'm very happy for them, but this isn't the interim agreement. It's the tiered budget independent interactive media agreement. Employers who still want to sign voice actors during the strike must either use this contract or the interim agreement. And the reason why this contract exists is because it allows studios with less budget to pay voice actors less. And if they have a bigger budget, they have to pay voice actors more. But yeah, although minimal, it does have clauses for artificial intelligence, as Zeke said. One important thing to keep in mind, though, is that the cutoff date to being able to use this contract is in 2026, which makes it that much more important for SAG to finish negotiations. Otherwise, even this beloved contract of Zeke will not be applicable anymore.
Is that not what they want, though?
What we need to understand here is that this is just one game, not all games moving forward. But it also doesn't really make much sense to me. When voice actors were having a meltdown on Twitter, they were told, hey, listen, the studios that Genshin Impact is hiring have AI protections built into their contracts. They said, no, this is not enough. Genshin Impact, the studio has to sign the interim agreement, otherwise we're not happy. So in the case of Elder Scrolls 6, doesn't Bethesda have to sign the agreement, not Blindlight? And in this case, doesn't that mean the studio hiring Blindlight has signed the tiered budget agreement? Doesn't really make much sense, right? I mean, things in the strike barely do. But what I really want you to see is the messages that come afterwards. A voice actor says, also, to be honest, I would rather have no deal and have the producers walk away and go non-union or elsewhere than to have a deal, because at least then we would be covered by the law, so I'd rather call their bluff. To which Zeke says, I hope enough people show up and express that, because we expect a wave of take the deal votes. Okay, let's just take a step back here, all right? This is someone who is a complete extremist saying, I'd rather have no work at all if it means that I can't work under a union contract. Something that most voice actors who are already financially suffering after 10 months of no work would completely disagree with.
If you hold that view, voice acting is not your current job. You have income from something else, if that's your current view. Worst case scenario, just leaving actors to their devices, yeah. saying, I'd rather have no work than non-union work, you're not a voice actor as a primary job then. Because if your main money source is voice acting, you would be in the camp Zeke doesn't like. This is just people who either aren't serious about voice acting or aren't a voice actor, or like not affected by this at all, that are voting for what gets decided, or just deciding without other people. This is the worst scenario.
with. And then you have someone on the negotiating committee saying, I hope enough people show up and express that, because we expect a wave of take the deal votes. This is a negotiating committee member openly saying that they don't want people to vote yes on taking the deal if they ever hold a vote on the final, last, and best offer. This is a clear agenda as a member of the negotiating committee, but it actually gets way worse when you really think about it. So remember how only 27% of eligible voters actually voted in favor of starting the video game strike? This totaled around 34,687 members. We have a negotiating committee member out here trying to influence hundreds of people to vote no to the next vote regarding the final, last, and best offer. If that's not vote manipulation, I don't know what is. And that is extremely weird. Do you understand why this is ridiculous? Why I'm making this video? You are a negotiator. You try to get the best deal. And then when the vote comes in, you shut your mouth and you let your union members decide what's best for them. But
Exactly.
here we see that there's a very clear agenda, and it's alarming. This catastrophe doesn't end here though. After Joe had released his video explaining the strike, the Coda Discord had a lot to say about it. A voice actor posted the video saying, "Welp, Joe made a video," to which Kyle McCarley replied with, "Barely scratched the surface of this, but I don't like him saying that Hoyo isn't struck," referring to Hoyoverse games like Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, and Honkai Star Rail. Kyle then continues and says, "I do love the part where he breaks down the fact that a union agreement would end their work stoppage, that they absolutely have the resources to do so, and that many cast members would have qualified for healthcare on Genshin alone." Because he further explains, "The issue I have with that definition is largely one of semantics, but union members are striking the entire video game industry. We're not striking specific companies, we're striking every game that hasn't signed an interim, with the unfortunately necessary legal exception for side letter 6. And I don't like that he kicks off a
Unfortunate.
30-minute video with, "The strike doesn't apply to Hoyo," because yes it does, and if anyone chooses to tune out early, they're gonna miss all the explaining he does. Zeke then says, "It's not all accurate, but there's more good than bad there." So again, there's a lot of new, young, impressionable people joining this Discord, and it really does make me think, are Kyle and Zeke intentionally misleading them, or can they really not read one simple article from SAG-AFTRA themselves? When the strike started on July 26, 2024, SAG-AFTRA very specifically said, "The 10 companies facing the strike are Activision Productions Inc., Blindlight LLC, Disney Character Voices Inc., Electronic Arts Productions Inc., Epic Games Inc., Formosa Interactive LLC, Insomniac Games Inc., Take-Two Productions Inc., VoiceWorks Productions Inc., and Warner Bros. Games Inc." There was no mention of an industry-wide strike. There was no mention of a contract strike. This is a strike that began, and as far as we know, still is, about these 10 companies. They're negotiating the last, best, and final offer with a coalition formed by these 10 companies. Now, I don't know if Kyle is misinformed or maybe spent too much time on Blue Sky, but this has never been an industry-wide strike. This has never been a strike against Genshin or anything else other than those 10 studios, period. You can even see this on SAG-AFTRA's own website. I had to use a VPN to access this. On October 15th, 2024, they had made an update, and again, they said the convenience bargaining group includes Activision, Blindlight, etc. No mention of Genshin, no mention of an industry-wide strike, none of that. These people are role-playing. They think they're the main character or something, and that's what's so dangerous about it. Now, of course, I can't get their side of the story because I doubt they'll reply to a DM from me. And if I were to give them the benefit of the doubt, I'd say, oh, they're a very passionate bunch who truly think that they're fighting for their own rights. And you know what? I hope they get those rights, but they're doing it in such an irresponsible way while disregarding tens of thousands of performers and voice actors in the video game industry. Not to mention that some people like Zeke, who are on the negotiating committee, are very irresponsible with how they share information and how they're so openly trying to manipulate the vote. I mean, there's no other way to say this. There's no benefit of the doubt here. He was literally calling on people to vote no. All while people are out there losing their jobs, unable to pay rent, unable to afford anything because they're thinking they're striking for the betterment of their own industry, when in reality, it's being handled by a bunch of irresponsible, entitled voice actors who are threatening to ruin everything. Innocent, reasonable voice actors are being hurt here, and they're getting getting very tired of this. After that disastrous Instagram livestream, Capitano's voice actor quote tweeted his last tweet and said, "Since receiving the last best final offer, SAG's only update to membership was a half-hour IG live for the public. Members weren't even emailed. Where do we now stand, SAG-AFTRA? We are now heading towards an impasse that will kill all union video games. Paying members deserve the right to vote." He was getting tired of this, and he wasn't the only one who spoke up.
Kevin
Sam
Hart.
Slade, the voice actress behind Ambi from Zenless Zone Zero and Topaz from Honkai Star Rail, as well as many other roles,
Wait. I want to see what that said. Or if I recognize any of it. Topaz Whisper Rain. Oh, that's a big. Whisper's a popular character in Arknights. Topaz was popular. Okay, so a very popular voice actress.
the voice actress behind Ambi from Zenless Zone Zero and Topaz from Honkai Star Rail, as well as many other roles, hadn't once made a statement about the strike until now. She said, "I've been careful to not say too much during the strike because I'm frankly exhausted with how actors are treating each other and I don't want to deal with it. But this is about more than just us now. Union and non-union jobs are leaving and we'd be lucky if they came back. I support the strike's core purpose to establish a contract for union work based on consent and compensation that will influence non-union work in the future. I've read the damn offer we have right now, other actors have read it, other lawyers have read it, we have what we asked for. And we're risking it all on loopholes that we don't trust the SAG lawyers we insist are our protectors to protect us if an employer plays dirty. Employers can play dirty in non-union work too, and that's a risk many of us take every day. Last time I checked, SAG animation, dubbing, and all of the non-union work floating around doesn't have protections anywhere close to the deal that we have. The commercial contract just got their contract. If the bargaining partners walk, their new projects will be non-union and we're back to square one, with whatever protections we can scavenge from existing contracts like SL6 games, and crossing our fingers that the newly non-union contracts don't play dirty, except we won't have SAG lawyers on our side to protect us. I can't vote or attend meetings because I'm FICOR, but please, I beg our voting members to urge our negotiating committee and leadership to not prolong the strike. It's not about us anymore. Recording engineers, directors, production teams, entire studios, those are jobs that will leave and are leaving that may never come back. There are talented voice actors around the world, and it's silly to think the US is the only source of talent these games want.
Yeah.
Please let everyone get back to work." She also clarifies things further, saying, emphasizing that this post isn't about Hoyo Games, it's about the current interactive media agreement strike and the greater industry that it affects. I'm not here for drama. I'm also not a union member, so please don't refer to me as one. It wouldn't be fair to my union colleagues. Also, if this thread ends up in a video covering the strike or whatever, hi YouTube. Hey Sam, glad to
Good shout out. So those 10 studios that were being targeted specifically, why then did every other company, like Bungie did it? Bungie's not under any of the companies that was listed. Sony wasn't listed, Bungie wasn't listed. So were other companies, I wonder, lied to or told something to like threaten them somehow, or I don't understand. So they said for the reason they're striking is to target 10 specific companies for this AI guardrails, right? Bungie adhered to the strike though. So did a bunch of other companies. Like ESO and stuff. But they weren't under the supervision of the companies mentioned. So they were going along with stuff with what I'm guessing just only to the most charitable thing is that the companies are trying to support the voice actors like this. But typically it hurts your company more than to just be like, hey, we're treating them good already, and then still have the voices in game because you paid people, right? Because a lot of people just assumed the reason Bungie didn't have stuff was because Bungie wouldn't pay workers. They still used union workers though, so they couldn't work at all. Yes, but the Bungie stuff, the recent season was finished before the strike, right? but they still took voice lines out of the game to comply with the strike, which, to my knowledge, they wouldn't have to do unless they were told. Bungie said they were told something from the strike, so they're complying with part of the strike to take voices out. But if they're not being targeted as one of the companies in this strike, I'm curious what they were told to make them take voice lines out. Because the current season was finished, I think, like finished development voice-wise, about 2 months before the strike started. And then they kept going with further development of like how stuff looks and stuff. So I'm confused as to why or maybe I'm just confused, but it sounds like you're able to work on other games and stuff if they pay for these contracts. Except for those specific companies. So I don't understand why. I don't know. I can't verbalize fully what I'm trying to say. I'm just confused. This whole thing is confusing. This sucks.
To see that you're a good sport. It's very refreshing, especially after what we've been through in the last video. The last thing she said was, "But Sam, where's your source on games leaving?" Gestures to everything. "Sam, how do you know they'll go non-union if they walk?" To which he says, "When a contract expires, the parties are no longer beholden to it. They will have zero obligation to sign another if they don't want to." So yeah, this is getting so bad that it's forced people like Sam, who are FICOR, or hell, some non-union actors too, to speak up about this. Pressure was mounting, not just from consumers, but performers too. So SAG-AFTRA all of a sudden on June 7th said, "Hey, we're doing a meeting on June 9th, you can join IRL or through Zoom." Voice actors were finally hoping to be able to hold a vote so that they can finally express what they think. What ended up happening though was completely unexpected and came out of nowhere, leaving them even more confused. Some didn't even know whether to celebrate or be worried. According to my source, during the Zoom meeting, SAG-AFTRA leadership spent a long time ass-kissing their performers, thanking them for their efforts during the strike. And then, as everyone was expecting some sort of a vote, SAG-AFTRA leadership announces that, "Hey guys, don't worry, a tentative agreement has been reached with the studios. The strike will be ending soon." Now, of course, most people were very relieved to hear this. Many went into this meeting fully expecting SAG-AFTRA to delay this strike again. So this is definitely a step in the right direction, thanks to many voice actors complaining to SAG about them delaying it this long. But this doesn't mean that things are truly back to normal. No, there's still work to be done, and things can still go wrong. Shortly after this meeting, SAG-AFTRA tweeted out, "We have reached a tentative agreement with the Video Game Bargaining Group, which includes some of the largest video game companies in the world, and we are hopeful that our video game strike will be suspended in the coming days," linking a post on their website. Now look, before we get to that post, I want to point out that a lot of people were celebrating this, and I get why. I mean, listen, I want voice actors to get the rights they deserve too. But this was never about voice actors, this was always about SAG-AFTRA for me. And I wasn't the only one. Many were wondering, okay, well, struck games are now going to be voiced again, probably, if this tentative agreement gets finalized. But what about non-struck games that were affected by the strike, like any game under Hoyoverse?
That's what I mean, like, games that weren't under the strike would include Bungie and Hoyo. But they weren't part of the strike, so why would they care? Obviously they didn't, because the voice actors that stopped voicing in the Genshin game, Genshin and Honkai, got replaced. So obviously Hoyo doesn't care. Well, there's nothing to stop those companies from... I don't understand the point of this. If you're only targeting certain companies, why force other companies to do this? This makes no sense to me. Unless there's some gain on the committee side. I'm guessing where they would have more control over game companies or something, or more influence.
among
I don't
others, like
understand.
for example, Destiny 2. And that's
There you go. As he just said. What? So for the past, I think, 90 or 100 something days, the current D2 season has had 3 or 4 voice actors gone. They weren't present. According to Reddit, Blind Light was part of struck companies, and the sources of some VAs come from them. Okay. So, if Bungie wasn't a part of whatever, right? But they still complied, then Bungie wouldn't mess with whatever deal. That's not how that company is. They care about their voice actors. They have a good reputation with their voice actors. But they just suffered for no reason, essentially. Because so this is part of what I don't get. Why were they forced to do stuff unless they were told whatever? Because Bungie complies with this stuff. So what's the problem? Or what were they told either to scare them or do whatever for them to go along with this?
definitely a concern here. So let's take a look at what SAG-AFTRA had to say about this in their post on their website. The title is SAG-AFTRA and video game employers reach tentative agreement on interactive media contract, National Board to review. They then say, SAG-AFTRA and the signatory video game companies, which include Activision, Blind Light, Disney Character Voices, Electronic Arts, Epic Games, Formosa Interactive, Insomniac Games, Take-Two Productions, and Warner Bros. Games, have reached a tentative agreement on terms for the interactive media contract, subject to review and approval by the National Board and ratification by the membership in the coming weeks. Specific details of the agreement will be released with the ratification materials. It is expected the terms of a strike suspension agreement will be finalized with employers soon. Until such agreement is reached, however, SAG-AFTRA members will remain on strike against these employers. SAG-AFTRA National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland said, everyone at SAG-AFTRA is immensely grateful for the sacrifices made by video game performers and the dedication of the Interactive Media Agreement Negotiating Committee throughout these many months of the video game strike. Patience and persistence has resulted in a deal that puts in place the necessary AI guardrails that defend performers' livelihoods in the AI age alongside other important gains. Thank you, Interactive Media Agreement Negotiating Chair Sarah Al-Maleh and Chief Contracts Officer Ray Rodriguez for your hard work and advocacy in pursuit of this contract. SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher stated, our video game performers stood strong against the biggest employers in one of the world's most lucrative industries. Their incredible courage and persistence, combined with the tireless work of our negotiating committee, has at last secured a deal. The needle has been moved forward and we are much better off than before. As soon as this is ratified, we will roll up our sleeves and begin to plan the next negotiation. Every contract is a work in progress, and progress is the name of the game. SAG-AFTRA members have been on strike against video game employers since July 26, 2024. Prior to that, SAG-AFTRA members...
Oh, you wrote a dissertation. I'd say the simplest guess is if a union actor at all pulls out of work during the strike because of XYZ, all of their incomplete work can't be used, so they have to omit it from work until an agreement is met. And they can work again. I guess something to do with the residuals and needing re-records they can't do. Holy essay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. It still just seems dumb to me for it to work that way. But if that's how it works, that's how it works.
Approved the video game strike authorization in September 2023 with a 98.32% yes vote. So there you have it. This is a strike against those 10 different studios, the ones that were struck from the beginning. This doesn't include Hoyoverse and other developers that have been struck that have nothing to do with the strike. There are also 2 final steps to be reached before the strike can be officially called off: an approval by the National Board and ratification by the membership, which will take weeks. Sam Slade saw the post by SAG-AFTRA and thought, you know what, let me just share the most important details for people who don't want to read, saying, for anyone confused about what this means but don't want to read past the headline, I got you, yippee, showing part of that post on SAG-AFTRA's website. But then someone asked, could I ask how this would affect games like Hoyoverse since they're non-union and wouldn't have signed? I see people saying it doesn't make a difference, but I don't know if that would be true. Maybe global rules.
SAG-AFTRA is like 10 times more complicated than theater stuff. I can imagine. It doesn't. It seems like it works in the most inefficient way possible. Right? Like, of all the ways for it to work, they chose the worst way.
Rule 1 would become less strict or something, I'm not sure, but so happy about this. Sam replies with, I'm not a SAG member, so I don't have answers to questions about the union's policies, sorry. An actor's decision to withhold work is a personal choice, you'd have better luck asking the actor directly. So in Sam's defense, even union actors have no idea about this, because SAG-AFTRA is nothing but transparent, and this question about Global Rule 1 is very important. Global Rule 1 states,
As
no
does most
member
TV.
shall render any services or make an agreement to perform services for any employer who has not executed a basic minimum agreement with the union, which is in full force and effect in any jurisdiction in which there is a SAG-AFTRA national collective bargaining agreement in place. This provision applies worldwide. Simply put, a SAG-AFTRA member must always work under a union contract around the globe. Now, it's important to note, for video game contracts, 80% or more are usually non-union, and SAG-AFTRA knows this, which is why for years they've never pursued someone who is in the union who was working a non-union contract. That was of course until this strike had begun. Those threatening letters that Venti's voice actor was receiving, that was because she was breaking Global Rule 1 by voicing for Genshin. This new agreement that's now being finalized only gives SAG-AFTRA even more power when it comes to employers under their jurisdiction. So one has to truly wonder, can union voice actors truly continue to work non-union projects, which are the majority of projects in video games? And don't even bother asking a union voice actor about this because even they don't know. Okay, again, SAG-AFTRA is very transparent and honest. We'll only be finding this out when it's too late. If I had to sum up the sentiment here, overall, people are happy for the voice actors that were not entitled, of course, but are still mad at SAG-AFTRA for how they handled the strike and how they continue to handle themselves. And I'm almost positive that the only reason they reached this tentative agreement was because of backlash from their own union members. Because as evidenced by the leaked messages we have of a couple of members in the negotiating committee, they had zero intentions of accepting this agreement. It kind of leaves you with a bitter taste in your mouth. And speaking about bitter taste in your mouth, Corinna actually recently got on a podcast for some reason with someone who has already laughed at the unhinged rants in the past. In it, we had a huge revelation. Paimon is not being voiced anymore. Apparently, Jacob Takanashi taking up Kinich was the final straw for Corinna, even though Corinna had very openly stated that voicing Paimon is the only reason they can afford to live and not be homeless. Stating, thanks Paperbag Boy for having me. But yeah, I make the announcement here that after John got recast, that was the final straw for me, and I told Hoyo I was not coming back to record until they signed the SAG interim agreement. Of course, when people heard these news, they rejoiced, okay? People were celebrating like I've never seen them celebrate before. But this right here is what's worrying. Are all union actors going to follow Corinna's mentality because they'll be forced to by the Global Rule 1 being finally applied? Is every single studio on US soil meant to sign this agreement, not just the 10 companies that were struck? Unless SAG-AFTRA clarifies, we have to assume that that's the case. And if it is the case, then union voice actors will continue to be replaced by overseas talent. That is a fact. Look, in the end, all I can say is I truly want voice actors to get what they deserve. A proper contract that gives them proper rights and good compensation. But when it comes to SAG-AFTRA, we can't deny that the flaws are way too much to ignore, including hiring members of the negotiating committee that have a very clear bias, one that they're proud to showcase to people who can vote. I hope that this made things clearer to you as a consumer, but more importantly, if you're a voice actor watching or a union member, I hope you now realize that it was thanks to your pressure that SAG-AFTRA finally folded and that the negotiating committee was never truly fully on your side. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I truly wish the best for all the voice actors, except the entitled ones from the last video, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. I love you so much. Mwah.
Okay, so we have an option. That was Mugen. This video came out a day ago. We have an option. We have two videos from Rima, an update on something, and a body cam. The body cam's a little more like serious though. So what are we thinking? VTuber stuff or body cam stuff? The VTube thing is going against someone I already don't like, so I'm all for watching it. Perhaps VTuber? Okay.
What are you?
So we have 2 videos then to look at. Hello? Dude, I don't know what happened with the internet today. Twitch and like YouTube and stuff have been funky. They've been not working. VTuber? Okay. So this is from Rima, Evan Star. So recently, last month, I talked about the Doki Bird thing that was going on, right? Where the YouTuber you see on screen currently under the coming up is named Cat in Chat or Cat Liente. They maliciously, for 2 months prior, she premeditatedly, maliciously tried to make a hit piece on Doki Bird. For that fact alone, just that you're willing to make a hit piece on someone for what seems like no reason, I'm assuming jealousy because of larger creator, I don't know. Just for that fact alone, I don't like you. She's not willing to reach out to get both sides of a story as a journalist. So this is looking at like a bit of her past and then an update to the current situation where she doxed a VTuber with cancer after clickbaiting that VTuber's cancer. Which I will always bring up no matter what. So, this is just going more into her character and previous drama, and then an update on the drama. So about an hour and a half-ish content stuff, split between 2 videos. Here you go.
They're gonna do mass report me? Nice try. Look, I'm gonna be fully honest, and this is gonna be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay?
And then she says that the Lollipop girls are doing age play and DDLG. So the message they deserve to be harassed is because she made each of these statements individually, which leads her audience to the conclusion that they deserve to be harassed. It's not because she said it outright, but it's definitely implied after all the things she said.
So this one is Cat Liente went after a VTube group. I don't know this VTube group. So the group she went after might be just as fucky as she is. I don't know. This could be a thing where I don't like either of them. However, all I've been told about this before watching this video, I haven't seen the video, all I've been told about this is she harassed a group of VTubers. One of them almost made a permanent decision and sent her followers to further harass these people. And then had that reaction that we saw in the beginning of they're not big enough to put a dent in me, which is just thinking you're above consequences. So I'm going to assume by what Rima has up in the title of Cat Liente and the Lolly VTuber group, the VTuber group, probably not the best group. That's my assumption.
So, Cat Liente is a YouTuber that's been getting a lot of heat from the VTuber community. And just a few days ago, I think it was on Thursday, I actually debated somebody on the topic of gatekeeping. And I know my chat is very pro gatekeeping. I'm more on the inclusionary side. I believe that people should be included in the community.
Gatekeeping is stupid. if people are genuinely willing to be a part of the community and willing to contribute and like partake in stuff and want to be in the community, let them in. But if they're looking to either grift or just to like be a dick and just mess with people and whatever and just be a troll, I don't care, kick them out. If you genuinely want to partake and like be included and do stuff in a community, join the community. I think that's the standard take everybody has. I don't think people would disagree on that. But people wanting to gatekeep specifically, just so it's like, I know this cool little thing and you never will, hoo-hoo. That's dumb. You're cringe. You're stupid. Don't be like that.
I believe that the community will kind of regulate itself. It will
Yeah.
self-regulate. Some people will adapt. Some people will learn and they'll change their ways. And the community will evolve that way. But then there are
We've kind of seen this with VTuber stuff already. Some people that aren't in the VTuber space end up joining the VTuber space kind of on a side part, like Bricky and other people. And then sometimes they become a VTuber, or they just join associations, or they think VTubers are kind of cringe and whatever, and they start talking about stuff like that, and then they get more into the community and they come around. And there's some people that just don't learn and like say they're a part of the community, but they're not.
are cases, and it's always a case-by-case scenario, that really makes me a bit disappointed that I am fighting for everybody to be included.
Yeah.
Because there are some things that kind of disappoint me in their coverage of the VTubing community. So Katliente was a YouTuber that did, help videos, how to grow your channel, how to be a content creator. She gives a lot of advice on TikTok, etc. And she first hopped into the VTuber drama bandwagon during the Small Lola thing. So you can see here her first few videos, they break 1K views, maybe a little less. And then she gets onto her first VTuber drama. This VTuber was scam. And then she gets onto the Small Lola thing and it blows up. So suddenly she sees a huge input in views. She goes back to her old content and it kind of flops. So she just been pumping out, drama VTube video since then, and her videos come out almost daily. Now the problem with news channels, and that's something that's mostly done across the board, except I think for False ID, he's pretty well researched. The thing when you're putting out daily videos, your research is not going to be as deep as somebody like ContraPoint, who's researching videos for 3 months and then putting out one video a month, okay?
Yeah.
But that's part of the game, and that's okay. As long as you somewhat have a good grasp on the topic, I'll accept it. Sometimes I'm nitpicky about some things, but I'm fine with it. And my bar with research when it comes to other people is pretty low.
So for the YouTube, I want to try doing for the YouTube, because OBS sucks for trying to stream on YouTube and Twitch with multi-stream. It's just like a flip of the coin if it works. I've been working on some video scripts in the background where I want to talk about stuff that's been happening in, not in internet news, not solely VTuber stuff, but just things that are interesting, what's going on in the internet kind of. And when I've been doing practice videos and practice scripts, and the way I've been doing it is it would be a once a week video. Because if something happens on Monday and you make a video about it on Tuesday, that's not enough time. If you're trying to get active news coverage, it seems like the best is to wait if it's on a Monday, you wait till Friday type thing. like time range. If it's a larger developing story, you wait a couple months to get all the stuff. If you're doing it every single day, you're looking for news every single day, you really only get to talk about news daily if you're like an actual news station. And even then, it's a slow day. Not like some days there's just nothing happening. So if you don't have anything to talk about, what do? You make up a story. Or you either falsify something or you start something to be able to get a video. And I think that's what happened with the Doki Bird situation. I think that's what happened with the Alicia X Life thing. And then I think that's the same situation happening here. Is there wasn't anything to talk about and she needed a video, so she made a topic for a video. She didn't find one.
I very rarely criticize other content creators because I know how hard it is to run a channel. I know how hard it is to get an editor to, edit your videos pretty fast. It's hard. It costs a lot of money. It doesn't always pay off. You don't get that much money off of a 30K view video, 60K view video. Yeah. And I know the struggle. So I'm very lenient about this. My bar is very low for other people. For my own videos, my bar is very high and I spend a lot of time researching, but I don't expect other people to do this. I do it because it makes me more comfortable, because if I learned that mistake slipped in my video, I literally start crying. I get so upset. And also it gives me the confidence to talk about these topics when I feel like I know them in and out and I know them like the back of my hand. It reassures me. So that's my own experience. I've seen her informative, but why? The lollies, I don't give a fuck, don't care for wording about it. It's content. Yeah, it is content. And to not take away from anything she does, she's incredibly well spoken. She's charismatic, she's a pretty girl, so her videos do well, not just because she's covering VTuber news, but they've definitely seen an uptick. My issue is that looking through the videos, looking through the comments, she kind of has been covering everything at face value. I'm not sure where she gets this information, if she has somebody sending her this sources, but it's a very surface level coverage.
It's window shopping.
The comments are always just shitting on the VTubers. It's never positive. We'll look at some examples later. She's did a coverage of this. She does almost the same content that I do on my second channel, on my Rima highlights video, which is basically the breakdown of my VTuber news segments. So basically there's a lack of nuance in her videos, which, yeah, there's a lack of nuance, and you can be biased if you call yourself a commentary YouTuber, I suppose. I mean, after all, you're entitled to your opinion. But let me tell you guys how it first started. First of all, it started with a call-out post where people were calling her out they thought she was reporting these lolly group to the FBI. Now, let's make one thing clear. She was not the one doing the reporting. This is just her share screening a photo in the document she's going over. So she is not the one reporting.
I don't know. Unless Reamer says, I'm going to assume the document they're talking about right now isn't made by Cat Liente. But it seems like Cat Liente makes her own documents and doesn't make them public for people to go over. Which is a problem, because if you're operating off of information people can't verify. Which, as a news, commentary, journalism channel, that sucks if people can't verify your sources. Because the Doki Bird one, she made that document 2 months before her video with info from the scammer and had edited it in the meantime and made it private. But at certain points when reading over the document, she acted like she wasn't the one to write it, which is manipulative, obviously. So that's another problem. She does window shopping window shopping level research where it is just face value. It's like she reads up on Twitter for like maybe an hour or two, writes something about it, and then goes on with her day. And then it's never talking about positive stuff. False ID. He'll talk about drama, but he'll also talk about like, hey, Bao has a big charity event coming up. Bao doesn't currently, I don't think, but just like, if a VTuber is doing something cool, he'll talk about it. If they're doing, like, this VTuber got partner, yippee! This VTuber is graduating, oh no! This VTuber beat cancer, yippee! Like he talks about all this stuff. Catliente only talks about the negative things that are the popular VTuber topics at the time, and none of her comments are popular. They are positive. I think I said popular, not positive. None of her comments are like supportive of the VTuber that's being talked about. Or if it's a situation between two VTubers, they're never positive to either of them. They are always negative. She is actively fostering a negative community that takes her words at face value as gospel and isn't willing to look into the words themselves to see if it's even true. Because with the Dokibird thing, it had to be people from outside her community to be like, hey, 280 hours for a PC build is insane. Why are you treating it like it's normal? So she's doing coverage with no nuance, face value, no research, daily, and is never taking like not taking credibility. She takes credibility, never takes accountability when she messes up until it like gives significant backlash to her, where she will either then try to do it, solve whatever privately, or just ignore the situation entirely. When she clickbaited Alicia X Life's cancer, she handled it privately by paying her like $100 something bucks, and then she doxed Alicia X Life's full government name. Okay. Lovely job. The Dokibird stuff, she just hasn't commented on. The builder also has been radio silent on that situation. So, it's a pattern of behavior. This video by Rima came out 10 months ago. Right around the same time the voice actor strike started. So, this has been going on for over a year. Just barely. And she hasn't stopped, because Catliente is still making videos like this.
The Lolly group to the FBI. She's just reporting on it. So they levied that claim at her, this criticism, among others. She's only responding to this claim saying, false information spread very quickly, so always check your sources. I said in the video the author of the Google Doc reported them to the FBI. It wasn't me. And Rev responds, so just to clarify, do you condemn people wasting federal resources for fictional content? And she hasn't replied. What's the FBI going to do about it? They already told people not to report lolly content to them anymore because it's wasting a lot of resources. So I don't know what this person is.
Yeah, the FBI has said stop sending stuff to us about this because it's not. I will say this, I will never defend someone that's lolly whatever. The FBI, for some reason, has said stop sending us this. We can't do whatever, or we can be, like it's taking up too many resources that go to better things. Stop reporting it. That's not them like supporting it, but it unfortunately is, if someone's doing that, it's if you don't like it, don't watch. It's a kind of pay with your chronological wallet type thing. You pay with your time. So it's this is different, I think, than like, you know, Bibu with Hololive, Jonah, and like Gura, where their models aren't lolly. They're, I think, technically petite, which is, if you have to clarify stuff like that, it sounds like you're defending it. You know? This group that's being talked about right now, that Cat Leante has talked about, is like actual children models. So it's different than like how Gura is and how other people are, where they just have short whatever. These are actual child or models modeled after children. So I don't know if that argument's going to come up that like, oh, the big VTubers get to do it. I don't know if that does, but technically I think they are different, and if you got to technically separate them, you're already in too deep. But if you're using a model specifically childlike, and that's your intent, you're a creep.
And then, because of that post, it started getting traction and people started to look more into her content. This Twitter reply, you also said some harassment is deserved. Then somebody says she also spreads misinformation and calls lolicons PDF files. She knows what she's doing is harassment, but is playing dumb to avoid getting any backlash. I blocked her for a month ago, not to mention she supported harassment towards loli shows in the past as well. This is
I say creep. I don't mean like pedo stuff. But if you knowingly attract a kind of audience that is into that and you don't do anything about it, you are supporting it. Whether you're a part of that community or not, if you are attracting that audience and not trying to stop that, you're part of the problem. I think that's a fair statement. It's when you make a V2 model, you're making a character to appeal to a certain demographic, right? There's a reason a lot of VTubers have big assets. It's because people like big assets. People like the physics. However, if you make a character that's like 4 years old and it starts attracting people that aren't kids, that's a problem. Especially if you're not fixing it. And I think that was part of the appeal for these VTubers, in my limited knowledge.
is the tweet.
There's been discourse on the internet about this because a fair amount of people who is saying that this is lolly bait, and there's a fair amount of people who are defending this. But I'm gonna tell you both sides, and I'm curious as to what you guys think. One side is just like what the original tweeter stated, referring to this model as lolly bait. And if you don't know what lolly is, I'm really happy for you. And if you do know what it is, I'm sorry for you. That essentially is referring to a category of H content in which it's literally children. Point blank simple. I don't care if you use the term, oh my god, yeah, she's like, in lore, she's like 1,000 years old, but she just happens to be built like a 5-year-old. Not okay. Not okay. So when people say lolly bait, that's what it's referring to. Literal child lovers.
Yeah.
There has been
Hello, Ilara. So she basically equates lollies to child lovers, which is immediately wrong because lollies is just a depiction of a certain type of character. And lolicon is the sexualization of these characters. So there's already a difference there. And then secondly, she she's obviously anti-lolly, okay? And you can be anti-lolly. You're allowed to have these criticism. You're allowed to be disgusted by it. It's totally your prerogative. You're even allowed to tweet about it and say, well, I think this is gross. And for a lot of people, what this lolly group is doing kind of crosses the line because they're doing toddler play. But honestly,
Yeah. Okay.
just
So that's, I'm at a loss for words. How do you defend that? I want to know how someone tries to defend, like, no, it's okay. These adult women just want to be, they just act like toddlers for money. Okay. So you see, so is that, what the fuck? I get using like a chibi model, you know, using a model that's like cute, small, is like a chibi thing. But when you start acting like a child, is where it starts to creep me out. Toddler play? What the fuck? And people pay for this? Because, like, these models don't really... The models they're showing look more chibi than other, but... I still don't like them. Bring out the guillotine? I try really hard to, like, if I'm trying to argue with somebody, to put myself in their shoes, to try and, like, okay. Because if you're going to argue with someone effectively, you kind of need to know where they're coming from, right? But there's some people I can just never, I can never do that with, because I can't understand how you enjoy this stuff. Like, I can't think of a reason you would go with this, except for the fact some people are into this. Like they're into it, you know? Which I don't. This is a thing where I don't think these people should be harassed if they're not doing something wrong. But I think you're inviting creeps into your community by doing it this way. And if you're not fixing it, then I would say you're contributing to that harm. But if you're not doing anything wrong, and that kind of thing isn't allowed in your community, you just, in my opinion, kind of weird, and you want to be like, goo goo gaga, okay. And then Catliente is just harassing you and lying about your interests. Which I hate that sometimes. I hate sometimes you have to defend a bad person. I'm not saying these people are bad, but you have to defend like weird actions from someone who's bad. You know? Like Rima said at the beginning, I think I agree with Rima. This community should be open to everybody, because it will self-police itself. Sometimes that means you end up defending some weird people. I mean, at least that one on the right has a nice green. But that's still like a weird doll I don't know, man. Jonah, thank you for drawing me like an adult, like a normal person. Appreciate you. I don't have to deal with any of this rhetoric coming around.
Block and move on. They have to go out of their way to harass people.
It is a block and move on situation. Wouldn't do it any other way. Appreciate you.
And this is where it crosses the line for me. When you go out of the way to do witch hunts, to do call out posts, and to start harassing people for it. And the title of her video was that this lolly VTuber group started a hate campaign against another VTuber, but she doesn't have the full story. The full story is that there is this VTuber, or should I say this VTweeter, called Noyumi, and she started calling them out. Now a burner account with like 7 followers came out, and they did a deep dive into Lollipop and their individual members in a large Google Drive, mainly leveraging a few accusations towards them, most of all that them being lollies, being into, you know, toddler play, doing not safe for work stuff. But the people behind the lollies are all adults. And they also did a response Google Doc. But Catliente only covered the Google Drive, which is the attack. They haven't covered the response.
This is part of my issue with Catliente. She only covers the side of a story that benefits her side or that she agrees with. Because if she had covered both sides in this, she would see that this other group is like, okay, you have a in commentary, people use the term glupshido as like a who are you kind of thing, who mega lol type thing. A random burner account with 7 followers makes a Google Drive with accusations. You should still consider that, but because it's not coming from any official source, and it's not, no one's willing to put their name on it, you should take that with some salt. That should be blatantly obvious. But when you don't look at either's, at only one side and not the other, you're just bad at your job. And she does this over and over. She did this for Doki. She hasn't learned, man. Fuck.
And faced with that harassment, one of the girls in the Lollipop group also went full Menhera, and she called out for in her Discord server to block them. Okay, she says
Bambi Hayes. I've never heard of that person.
harass them, report them, force them to graduate. I don't fucking care. I want them gone. So it was in response to the harassment. She messed up. She totally messed up there. She shouldn't have done that. I absolutely condone this. I think
Never witch
if I
hunt.
see this on your timeline, even if we're mutual, you're way too emotional about things, and I don't want to associate with you. I'm sorry. Even if it's justified because you got harassment, I don't want to. I think this is never okay, by the way. I don't think you should ever do that. And so, TLDR, both sides are stupid, okay? Both sides are stupid.
Bless. Oh, I was right. I was right. Starting this. Where I said both sides might suck. Woo! Yippee! Witch hunts? Stupid, man. I get you're being harassed, but that doesn't put you on a good foot.
In this story. That's the TLDR. That's all you need to know. Really. That's all you need to know. And again, like, I don't know why people get so upset when they get called out when you're already doing stuff that's pretty much on the verge. This is gonna be my criticism of the Lollipop group, okay? I'm gonna make a metaphor with Asmongold. When Asmongold made a video of himself that made him famous, it was the video where he said that he hadn't showered, I think, in several weeks or months. And people were, of course, blaming him. They made a Reddit thread about him.
Oh.
And his response was, well, of course people are gonna flame me because I made a video about not showering. It's like, what do you expect, you know? It's kind of like if I'm proudly proclaiming to be a furry, of course I'm gonna receive criticism about it, so don't be surprised when you do.
Alexon in the Discord, sweating. Anytime a furry gets mentioned on stream, I feel like in this one or Ret, I think Alexon feels something in the force. Like he gets a shiver. All his hairs stand up. It's the same for like if someone short is mentioned, like 30 people in Ret's Discord just feel a disturbance because they know their name has a chance of being brought up. Weird champ, yeah. It's all his hairs standing up on it. Chance, 100% chance. Yeah.
Just block and move on. That's it. You don't have to go full unhinged on the timeline. Just block and move on. You know, if you have to spread awareness, do it. Be like, hey, this account spreading information, misinformation about me. This is not true. I'm a consenting adult. This is, you know, age play, and that's it. Yeah, so the toddler play for a lot of people is kind of crossing the line. Even for people that are pro lolly content, they're kind of uncomfortable with it. But to go as far and to start like a harassment campaign against them is going too far. And not only that, but there was also, you know, threats levied at them over here in a Twitter space that I can drop the link here if you guys want to go listen to it. It's pretty long, but it's all there. It's all there. In this Twitter space, these people harassing the lolly group, they got together to discuss things under the guise of raising awareness. About 80 minutes into the space, some of them start talking about wanting to punch and beat these girls up if they...
I'm reading the post Rima has on screen. About 80 minutes into the space, some of them started talking about wanting to punch and beat these girls up if they met them IRL. One of the girls, same one that got suspended recently, made a tweet about wanting to end it. Everyone in the space started freaking out about possibly being tied to that. Same person saying that they need to beat these people up comes back to say that they were saying in general, and that the beating people up comment was not directed at anyone specifically. Okay, yeah, so you're just... That's so... It's just a prank. If you start harassing someone, and then it's like, oh, they might hurt themselves, and you start backpedaling, then you obviously you're not invested in this. You're just trying to, like, ride off of whatever clout. I'm not saying it's good to say whatever, but it's clear that if you actually didn't like somebody, you wouldn't then back down. You're backing down because you're afraid your words have consequences now. Because if you look at Asmongold, he believes most of what he says. He doesn't back down. Even if he says something that's like full on left field out of nowhere. You shouldn't want people to hurt themselves. I want to be very clear. But just saying things and then thinking my words don't have consequences against people, and then going, oh, hey, my fault. You're worse than whatever harasser. Because you say you want to punch and beat these girls up if they met them IRL. You're saying that about these four, and then you go, oh, I just meant in general. I didn't mean these ones specifically. You're lying. The third paragraph. These girls are not breaking the law.
You might think it's creepy and weird. You might think the people that follow or play along are also creepy and weird. My advice is to not get involved and constantly send harassment their way. Raising awareness is such a bitch way of saying that you want others to harass them for you. Stay on your lane and focus on your content. Don't throw shit at others, or
I met them IRL.
eventually someone's going to throw it back at you. Yeah. I've seen, I mean, VTuber stuff, you've seen this before where people do a call to action without doing a call to action. Where they're like, hey, I just want to warn everybody, you know, there's this thing going on with this person, just so you're aware, here's this person's information. That's happened before. It's like, hey, here's their Twitter, here's their Twitch. They've been kind of like this in the DMs. They've been kind of weird, by the way. Just, you know, hey, don't harass them, though. Don't harass them. I don't want to get in trouble for sending people, so don't harass them. But here's their Twitch and their Twitter. But you know, don't say anything. Or you make a comment like, ooh, I really hate you, or whatever, or I'm gonna beat you up. And then that person says like, okay, well, if you don't like me, then I'll leave permanently. And then your reaction is like, okay, well, hold on now. Let's not get hasty. Good, like, you backpedal. You're saying things thinking you're not going to get consequences. You're not scared that they're going to hurt themselves. You're scared you're going to get in trouble. That's all that says to me. You don't care what happens to them either way. You just don't want to be affected by it. And if that's your stance, don't get involved in the first place. If everybody's dogpiling on them already, thinking they're weird, and then you dogpile further, you're just doing it to right, like you're joining the bandwagon. This is it's just a prank type response. You do or say something, and then it comes back to bite you. Maybe not fully, and then you immediately 10 steps back. You're not thinking. You're just trying to farm whatever engagement, trying to farm whatever clout, instead of actually trying to solve the situation or be productive. You're not helping anybody.
By the way, sorry, there's some very sensitive topics today. If you're not comfortable with that, just tune back in like, I don't know, an hour. And one of the lolly girls, same one that got suspended recently, made a tweet about wanting to end it all. And then that's where they all started to freak out. And they were worried that this could possibly go back to them and be tied back to them. And they started saying things like, oh, you know, I'm just saying that in general. And
After the situation with Etika, people changed with their responses once stuff like this came up. Because I don't know if you remember, Jonah or Matney or anybody else in chat, what Etika was posting onto social media before he took his life. How people were reacting to him, not taking him seriously, and were almost egging him on. If Keemstar, the piece of shit that he is, basically being like, you won't. You're just doing this for attention. After that situation, and after what Etika did, people haven't changed what they say, but the moment it seems like something might happen, they freak out. Because now they realize, oh, my words actually have weight. There are consequences when I say things. People took the wrong lesson from Etika's situation. They took the lesson of, oh, if I push you to that point and you actually hit that point, then I'm at fault. Or then it's a problem. Not the problem that you are pushing them to that point. People have not learned. There was a pro player in something recently where he took his life after people were making accusations. I don't know if they were true or not, but people were saying things and doing whatever, and he took his life. I think it was for some fighting game. And then they were all like, oh, you know, I really like the people that were just dogging on him, like calling him whatever, and accusing him of this stuff. He took his life, and then they're like, you know, he was such a sweet guy. You know, nobody could have known. If only we had known beforehand. It's like, you did know, you did know beforehand. You're the reason. It's not, Etika wasn't the first. Etika wasn't the last. This guy in the fighting game, he wasn't the last one either. It was even for people don't see the signs of things. And I've seen Etika be brought up more this month because it's like men's mental health awareness stuff as well. But I think more people need to bring up that situation in times like this because people took the wrong lesson. Even Keemstar was like, oh, he actually did it. Oh shit. Okay, well, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to apologize and be like, hey, my fault. I didn't think he was serious. Yeah, that's the problem. You push someone to the point and you think it's only a problem when they actually go through with it, not when you are pushing them there. And then nobody, once someone goes through with it, there's no consequences for the people that pushed them there. Keemstar had no consequences. He's still making content. He wasn't arrested. He still has a career. He still gets sponsors. But he's the one I hold responsible for Etika. The guy in the fighting game. I think it was Tekken or Street Fighter or something. I haven't heard about the people that were accusing him of whatever or talking about him. I haven't heard about any consequences for them. It's because anytime there's a possibility of consequences, they act like a roach and they scatter. You see it in text here on screen. The moment it was brought up, multiple people started freaking out, not wanting to get in trouble, and the person saying, I want to fight him IRL, came, oh, I didn't mean them specifically, I just meant in general. When it says at the beginning, some of them started talking about wanting to punch and beat these girls up IRL. At the tail end of that paragraph, the same person saying that they wanted to beat them up came back to say, I meant in general, not these specific people. I'm harping on this point more. I've lost people because they made a permanent decision. And a couple of them, it was because they were getting harassed by people for stuff they didn't do. Or it was just someone, I had a friend who, in work, he was gay. And one of his female coworkers hit on him. Obviously, he said no. And because she was friends with the hiring manager, with HR, and with the like head up, they basically made it so they made his work life hell. And he took his life. And when his family tried to sue the company said, hey, uh, you know, that's just, it was just business. That it's just unfortunate that he had more work put on his plate at hard times and wasn't given support. It's just how the industry goes. That they threw everything they had under "it's not our fault," and they reached a settlement. They had no consequences levied against the company, apart from they had to pay, I think it was like 30 grand. But they had done whatever to blacklist his name in the industry and make his work life hell. And once consequences came around, they scattered. They didn't take any accountability for it. So whenever I see people like this, because of personal experience and seeing things online with Etika and other people, pisses me off to no end. That nobody learns. To some people, a life only matters when it comes at you losing something. And it's deplorable, disgusting shit every single time.
That the beating people up comment was not directed at any of the girls. So Asahara is right here. Like, these girls are not breaking the law. You might think it's creepy, you might think it's weird, but you might think the people that follow or play along are also creepy and weird, but don't get involved and don't constantly send harassment in the guise of trying to raise awareness. No, he can keep the site up. And the thing is, it's like, I mean, they kind of look like Shibi's. I mean, they kind of look like Shibidoki. They're just a little smaller than her. I guess their body is a little smaller. Like, the head to body ratio is a little bigger, but I really feel like sometimes people pick and choose who they want to target, and less of being very I mean, I just prefer being open-minded about everything. I think that avoids that problem, but yeah, they're all like Shibi lollies hybrid. Still makes you uncomfy? Yeah, well, that's not really the topic. It can make you uncomfy, I've already said that. That's totally fine. That's within your right.
Not a lot. The amount of gaslighting. Why are there 16 people liking this? How are there so many lolly enjoyers? I'm so confused. Another screenshot. End of school day. Had so much fun today. Trying to roleplay like they're in school. What type of school? Preschool? Kindergarten? Petite refers to somebody that is small. So
I think it's weird to do whatever age play stuff, but with the internet, it is just block and move on. If it's not actually illegal, nothing's going to be done about it. Like, the platform's not going to take it down. You know? Like, you might find it offensive or weird, but if the company disagrees, like, Twitter's not going to do anything about that tweet. They don't care. It's not illegal, it's not causing a problem for them. Twitter won't care. You just block and move on. For companies, you vote with your wallet. For people online, you vote with your time and attention. Just ignore them.
So typically that would be about 5'3" or below if you're 5'3", or about like 160 cm or lower if you're not from the US. And here are photos of their model being suggestive. Let me remind you again, their model looks like it's 5, with big boobas with the tiny strap across the chest.
Let me move on. Let me move on. There we go. Okay. You know, I just tried being like kind of understanding, like chibi, like doll kind of model. Okay, so you talk a little different, you know, maybe. Okay, you're just weird. And then they show that and it's like, okay, well, man, even when you try to give someone like benefit of the doubt, they still just kick you right in the nuts with it. That's if they're trying to argue they don't sexualize or fantasize with their model, try to like appeal to that certain demographic, and then you show that, I'm not stupid. I'm not the smartest man in existence, right? I wasn't born yesterday, though. That's... What the fuck? Man. Cool art, though, with the crayon stuff, I guess. That's kind of cool. It's very... yeah. Because, like, you have Chibidoki, right? She has a chibi model. As we mentioned, kind of looks like Chibidoki. But she doesn't use that to appeal to the same demographic these VTubers do. And like Rima and I said earlier, I'm open for more people joining the community of VTubers, but sometimes there's some weird people that walk through those doors. And if they are doing something bad, the way to get rid of them or to stop them from doing whatever bad thing is not to witch hunt them. Because then they can pull the victim card. And you're giving them an out. If someone is doing something wrong and you witch hunt them like that, you're giving them an out. Chibi models are cool, but the childlike ones, yeah, that's the line I draw. Like, in Hololive you have Gura. Her model, I guess, would be petite under Catliente's definition of like 5'3". You have chibi models, those are fine. Or it's like kind of the Funko Pop looking models. Those are fine. But if you're gonna have a model like that, dude, and then you tell me, oh no, I don't appeal to those people. Do I look like an idiot? Are you serious? There's no way that's the argument you're actually trying to, like, give.
Photo sketty, like trying to type as if they're freaking 4. Let's see what we have this week with like a really childlike drawing with crayons. I want to throw up. This was
The
so.
thing is, Brittany Venti did a very similar stream on Gargura when Gargura just started. It was exactly the same accusations that I see echo here. And
Brittany Venti has so many other problems. I don't think she still makes content. But holy. This is kind of hitting the same. This is deja vu, man. Why can't people just be normal? Fuck.
granted, these girls are like, it's way more fair to criticize these girls than Gargura, but it's the exact same arguments. Venti also said that she was typing like she was a toddler, that she was acting like she was a toddler.
Disgusting.
What Brittany Venti was saying Gura was doing was Gura was typing like hello X3. Like that's when Gura started, that's something she typed, and Brittany Venti was like, she's typing like a child. That is, it's cringe. Going hello, rar, whatever. That's not the same. The whole... Because Gura wasn't trying to, like, talk like a child. There was a VTuber named Senzawa, or Senazawa, or whatever. Her and Gura are the same person. That's just how they talked. That was the meme, that was the jokes they had, was like the rar type of thing. This is different. These girls are actually trying to talk like they're in like preschool. And that's odd. I feel weird watching this video because it's like, okay. They're both in the wrong, I think. They're both weird. They're both in the wrong for like trying to witch hunt each other. But you get the gist, right? Cat Leonte's just going for whatever. Can we move on to the second part? Like the finale thing for the Doki situation? Yeah, okay. Because if I have to say something to try and defend somebody and then it shows more art like that, I'm gonna flip out. Because that's... Brother, come on. Give me a chance.
Raised over $200,000 for charity. Over $211,122 to be exact. And for many, it felt like a moment of healing.
Upgrade to Rima.
A huge achievement following an incredibly painful public period in her life. If you need a refresher, this all began in December 2023 when Doki was suspended from Niji Sanji, and by February, she had officially graduated. But the situation became much more serious when, after her departure, Doki Bird revealed that she had been silenced by the company. She shared that she had faced bullying, workplace harassment, and that at her lowest point, she had attempted to take her own life. Twice. It was one of the most vulnerable things she had ever said. And instead of retreating, she chose to rebuild. She organized large-scale tournaments, collaborations, and in late February launched a charity auction with proceeds going to the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation, an organization supporting mental health research and treatment. The campaign was a massive success. It was a rare moment of light after a long stretch of darkness. But as it turns out, one item from that charity auction would eventually lead to a massive public backlash. A single item, a fully custom-built PC. And a year later, that item would be at the center of a controversy that challenged everything she had worked to rebuild. The auction had many items, fan art, collectibles, custom experiences, but one stood out, a high-end custom-built PC themed around Doki Bird herself. The design was flashy, the artist was well known. The opening bid was at $3,500 and it sold for $6,600, the highest bid in the entire campaign. And then, nothing. No updates, no shipping, no confirmation, and no PC. And then in May of the following year, a video was released. And this was while Doki was dealing with a difficult medical emergency regarding her dog. The video laid out a case, piece by piece, claiming that the PC was never delivered, that the builder was never paid, and that Doki may have tried to avoid responsibility entirely. Within hours, conversations reignited, and people started asking questions, and the situation rapidly begun to unravel. The video was detailed. It had Discord messages, emails, DM screenshots, and a clear tone that framed everything as intentional avoidance. The takeaway? That Doki had made promises and failed to keep them. that the artist had been ignored or strung along, that the buyer never received what they paid for, and that this wasn't a misunderstanding. It was deliberate. There was a strong implication that she only issued a refund after the story begun gaining traction. But as viewers reviewed the video line by line and compared it to Doki's public statement, things didn't match up. In fact, some key informations were completely missing. A final quote of $14,000 USD for a custom PC build and a total of 280 hours of labor.
That is. I would only accept that price and that time if you were forging it by hand in like a primordial like forge. Like if you were smithing by hand each plate. Because these are work days, so this is excluding weekends. So, what are you spending that time on? Because you're not working 8 hours a day on a PC 5 days a week for, what is that, a full month? Yeah, I better. And I'll like the design, I'll be honest, kind of lame. IMO. Like design was cool, I guess. But for just like a printed out picture of Doki and then like some lace and some bows glued onto the case, you're not like making the case special, or you're not doing anything different to the case apart from just putting some decorations on the outside. It's like the most expensive thing is like you're printing vinyls, but she didn't even print the vinyls. The builder, Celeste, paid someone to print the vinyls and to print whatever like GPU plate. She didn't do anything. All she did was put stuff together. So how you can do that and then try to claim like you did, like that time should be allocated to you? Gymnastics of the highest order.
With nothing to show for. And without it, the story
Yeah, and no evidence of it being worked on at all.
told in the video becomes completely different. Honestly, that reminds me of what happens when you go and battle in Etheria Restart without thinking, which tragically is what half of you would do. This game launches June 5th, and it's a turn-based RPG where you build teams of Animus, powerful, beautifully animated characters, and then command them in actual strategy-based combat. You're not just tapping auto and hoping for the best. You're controlling every move, combining skills, and yes, if your comp sucks, you will get wrecked. PvP is where it really shines. Enter the real-time arena where live band pick battles and global matchmaking make every match an actual test of strategy, not just gear checks. And
I want to try this game, but anytime a gacha game has PvP, I'm immediately concerned. Because if you can just pay your way to the top, I'm not gonna play that mode at all. I'm not running the risk that I get matched with someone that just spent $500 to get whatever best character. And I gotta spend a month to do the same. I don't know about that.
gacha system, no 50-50 heartbreaks, just 100 crystals to summon in the raid up banner. That's it. No bait, no lies. It's almost suspiciously fair. You also get guild versus guild battles, deep progression system, a bunch of unreasonably attractive characters, and the Etheria World Summit, a global tournament where the winner walks away with a literal high-tech robot, like a real one. I don't even have one of those yet. And it all looks amazing, built in Unreal Engine with cinematic visuals that feel more like anime opening than a mobile game. So if you think you can out-strategize me, you can't. You totally can. Go and download Etheria Restart when it launches June 5th. Thank you Ethereum Restarts for sponsoring this video, and I'll see you in the arena at the top.
You know what? If they want to sponsor me, I'll play the game. I'll play it. Just send me an email. I got you.
Obviously. Now back to the main content. The video opens up with a recap of the charity auction, immediately framing it as something that was very mismanaged. Catliente starts by calling the tea piping hot, proudly claiming she was giving this exclusive story, one that, according to her, hadn't been shared anywhere else. And honestly, there might have been a reason for that.
This is tea so piping hot. None of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere.
Catliente explains that she personally wrote the document,
Should've stayed
compiling
that
the
way.
information herself. It introduces the key players, Doki Bird, the auction winner, and the artist behind the PC, Celeste Fleurs, whose name we now know since it's clearly listed on both the mock-up in the document and the auction site. It also introduces Manager 1 and makes a point to highlight that the staff rotated 3 times throughout the ordeal, a detail that clearly contributed to the miscommunication and growing confusion. Additionally, Catliente, who wrote the Google document using information provided by a third party, likely the disgruntled artist behind the PC case, emphasizes that Doki Bird had promised to pay the artist and cover the shipping fees to the buyer. The point is reinforced when Catliente highlights a key line from the management exchange in the Google Doc, underlining bold promises like Doki Bird is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC, and we don't have a super tight deadline for the project, so take all the time you want. I can already tell where things are going to go wrong just by hearing those lines. The next section of the Catliente video focuses heavily on one idea, that the PC auction listing used the wrong currency, and that this mistake drastically misrepresented the value of the item. The video argues that the PC was valued at 3,500 British pounds, but listed as 3,500 USD on the charity page. Catliente and the artist make this a major point in this video, the 3,500 being in the wrong currency, because it exposes a fundamental error in how the auction value was presented and justified, and it
That's a fair
directly impacts
criticism.
how the artist's pricing was publicly perceived. There is about $1,000 difference between the two currencies. Additionally, the price came from Doki Bird's manager looking up the parts on PC Part Picker at the time based off an old build from the artist, which is just a component cost estimate and doesn't include labor wages. But here's what the video doesn't tell you. The
That's a fair
auction
problem.
had a non-negotiable launch date, March 1st, 2024. At that point, the artist hadn't yet provided a finalized price or quote. So under pressure, the first manager, needing something to publish, grabbed pricing from a previous PC Part Picker build the artist had posted publicly. This was used as a placeholder reference so the item could go live on time. Not ideal, but it was a deadline crunch. Catliente repeatedly frames the PC listing as being grossly undervalued due to a currency misread, that the build was in pounds but listed in dollars. But that's simply not true. If you actually go back and check the archived PC Part Picker listing the manager used, and this is verifiable, the build was already listed in USD. Only 3 items were shown in British pounds, coming to a total of 335 British pounds. And if you convert 335 British pounds to USD using early 2024 rates, the difference is about $111. That's actually the total discrepancy. Not 3,500 British pounds versus 3,500 USD. Not thousands, just a minor sub $150 variance based on imported components. But in the video, that detail is used to create the illusion of a major pricing error, and it becomes one of the main pillars of the artist's final pricing argument. And here's when it gets even more interesting. After the item went live on Tiltify with that $3,500 estimate from PC Part Picker listed publicly, it was shared directly with the artist. They even retweeted the auction link. And at no point did they ever raise concerns about the listing price.
And that's where it goes from Doki Bird's team having possible faults to it being on the artist. If you're given multiple chances to correct something and you don't take those chances, it's all on you then. There's nothing else to do. Like, what else is Doki's team supposed to do? Because at this point, it's been, I think, a month and the artist has had every chance to push back on whatever and say no, it should actually be this much, and hasn't done that.
There was no clarification about labor costs, no pushback about the estimate, no indication that anything had been misrepresented. It wasn't until much later, after delays had stacked up and trust had been broken down, that the artist began referring to the quote as a currency error and using it to justify the spike in cost, which raised the obvious questions. If this was such a critical mistake, why wasn't it brought before the bid started rolling in? And if the true price difference was only $111, how do we explain the final quote with 280 labor hours and over $14,000 in costs? This is where the video starts to fall apart. Not because of what it says, but because of what it doesn't. The next section of the Catliente video focuses on the breakdown in communication between the artist and Dokibird's team. It frames the situation as one-sided, that the artist kept reaching out while Doki's team kept ignoring them. It shows messages where the artist is asking for updates and clarity, and in contrast, suggests Doki's side went dark. That's a serious claim, one that defines the tone of this section. But once you look at the actual message logs, the picture becomes a lot more complicated. Let's start with the last confirmed communication from the artist as shown in the video. The date is March 1st, 2024. The artist finally responds on March 7, and after that, the next response by the artist comes 5 days later on March 12th. And then silence. There's a 7-day gap where they apologize for not responding, explaining they were
1 week.
recovering from an addiction. Sounds serious, and it is, if taken at face value. However, a public tweet from the artist dated March 4 states that they were dealing with a nicotine addiction. So let's step back and look at the timeline. The artist pitched themselves for this project around February 20th. By March 4th, they were tweeting publicly about quitting nicotine and haven't been clean for a month, which means that by February 4th, they had already quit. And by March 12th, they were apologizing for going silent, blaming their recovery process. But as we now know, the artist willingly took on the job knowing their personal situation. And let's be real, in most professional settings, quitting smoking wouldn't justify disappearing for over a week, especially when you're self-managing a 5-figure charity commission. And even then, Doki's management wasn't harsh in their response. They were understanding, they expressed empathy and patience, and they continued trying to make the project work. But the communication continued to stall. After March 21st, the artist stops responding again. The manager writes again on April 17th with no response. And then again on May 24th, simply to formally resign from working under Doki's brand. That's more than 2 months of near total silence. And this part of the story, the video glosses over it completely. It paints the artist as constantly reaching out and being ignored, when the actual message history shows period where they went silent for weeks at a time, even as the project stalled and costs climbed. Fast forward to June 8th, nearly 4 months after the auction ended. A new manager from Dokibird's team reaches out to the artist again. At this point, communication had already broken down multiple times. There had been a revolving door of managers and nothing had been delivered. But still, they tried. The email stated clearly that the item, the PC, was still unfulfilled. It acknowledged that the previous assistant had struggled to get updates from the artist, and it made one thing clear. They were trying to wrap up all open communications and bring closure to the auction. It's worth repeating, this was months after the charity stream ended. From February to June. That's 4 months of slow replies, silence, and rising confusion. And still, Doki's team hadn't closed the door. 10 days later, the artist responds. They explained that their lack of communication was due to health issues. Now in the video, this part of the email is blocked out by other information. It's not clear why, but it also makes it impossible to verify what health issues they were referring to or how it may have affected their ability to respond consistently for multiple months. Still, they don't back out. Instead, the artist expresses a strong desire to continue working with Doki's team and even proposes a rough production timeline, 6 weeks minimum and 12 weeks maximum. So as late as mid-June, despite everything that had happened, everyone still seemed willing to work together. The tone is pleasant. But then 12 weeks came and went, and still no PC, no update, no delivery, not even a message. At that point, Doki had run out of options. So that's when she decided to step in. After months of rotating managers and unanswered emails, Doki Bird made the decision to personally reach out both via email and Twitter DM. And here's what she said. Hi, I've sent a DM about this on Twitter, but I've been told by my staff that you have been MIA regarding the charity PC. I just want to know what is going on and why this was happening. The winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issues as it has grown bigger than it should be. Just a calm, personal message from a creator trying to reopen a stalled conversation and give the project one last chance. And what
Jonah, how long was it between when we started this voice acting thing to us putting the reminder out? It was what, 3 weeks? Like not even a full month? Yeah, like 3 weeks. How you can go half a year with no, 12 weeks, no messages? I would think the artist probably just isn't doing it anymore, or there's a problem. Because when I talk to people and it's been a while, I still be like, hey, how's it going? And they're like, hey, sorry, stuff is still trying to be worked out and whatever. Like, okay. At least I know. At least I know. You know? And they're probably giving a little more grace to Celeste because Celeste works with computer companies. Celeste has a person on the inside at some of these companies. So I would be thinking, oh, yeah, of course they're going to do what they say. I have no reason not to trust them because they work with reputable companies and supposedly they are quite reputable. So I would have no reason to not trust their word. I'm still trying to work on this stuff when I'm able. Yeah. Okay. For the voice acting stuff, people are, it's a volunteer community thing. I'm not pushy for it. If it ends up falling through, I can figure something out where I can try to do more voices, or a couple of us can figure it out. It's a busy time of year. I know people aren't as able, don't have all the time. But this is something you're, for Doki's thing, you're getting paid to do this. If you work at any company and you don't talk at all for 3 months, you get fired. That's the point of okay, I guess you don't want to work here anymore. It's not really, but she was still given a chance. Doki Bird's team still gave her a chance to do this after that. And she still squandered it. Which is insane to me. You're given the best case scenario.
What happened next? The artist met with Manager 3. Right away, the conversation feels off here. Manager 3 doesn't seem to understand that the artist was expecting to be paid for the project at first. One of their first messages reads, I'm unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket. And the item isn't donated, but this was before my time. It's clear by the time the manager stepped in, they were piecing things together from fragments. They referenced the original estimate. The PC case had a fair market value of 3,500 USD at a time, from about a year ago. Then they mentioned something new, that the auction winner may have had additional requests they were personally willing to pay for. Finally, the manager tries to move the conversation towards a resolution, something practical, something that could still be delivered. At the moment, we need to find a solution for what you can deliver for that amount currently, what the auction winner is happy with, and what we can do to remedy the situation, as as 1-year-old specs can be an issue. Even after everything, the team wasn't shutting the project down. They were still trying to salvage it and still trying to communicate. They were still trying to find a way forward, even if the foundation was already cracked. At this point, Catliente shift focus to Manager 3's wording, suggesting they were trying to guilt the artist into donating the item rather than being compensated for their work.
Guilting other people to try to donate stuff to charity, I just don't like that.
Not what the manager
It's
said,
a
by the
strong
way.
accusation, but as the old saying goes, never attribute to malice what you can attribute to miscommunication or something like that. It's very possible the manager, newly added to the project and unfamiliar with its early details, was simply confused. They may not have realized whether the PC was a donated contribution, a commission, or something in between. Because, again, no contract was signed, no clear expectations were ever documented. Then the video moves into a segment where Catliente explains that the artist eventually submitted a PDF that included a breakdown of part costs, additional features the bidder had requested, and a calculated labor fee based on the London National Living Wage. Catliente emphasizes that this wage was actually below the artist's normal rate and frames it as evidence that the artist was undercharging due to the unclear communication and pressure to quote-unquote fix the PC situation themselves. She writes that this came from a lack of transparency around budgeting and that the artist felt personally responsible to untangle the mess left behind, mostly because of the originally wrongly priced $3,000 USD fair market value at the auction. When Manager 3 finally receives the artist's full quote, he's surprised. The price is no longer close to $3,500 listed on the original auction page, but it has now jumped to around $7,200, nearly double the original estimate, and more than the final auction bid itself, which was $6,600. The manager doesn't shut things down immediately though, but the tone is cautious. He replies, "Let me run it by Doki and staff and see what would be the best choice to continue." At this point, the artist explains the pricing discrepancy by circling back to the currency mix-up argument, the same one we debunked earlier. They claim that the original 3,500 British pounds was listed as USD, and that this misalignment is the reason the current quote seems inflated. But again, if you look at the archive PC part picker listing, we know that the original estimate was already in USD, with only 355 British pounds, which accounts for a difference of just $111 USD. Still, the artist does something worth noting here. They try to source cheaper parts through their personal connections in an effort to bring down cost. It's a move that shows initiative and a willingness to help the project move forward. But here, Catliente interjects again, suggesting that the artist shouldn't be asking for favors from their personal network.
Again, this is like extra stuff the artist is doing on top of it. Like flexing your personal relationships to try to like pull strings and get things done is not an expectation that would happen in scenarios like this. Like this is like going above and beyond.
Implying that it's unprofessional,
What?
even in a charity setting. But this is where interpretation gets tricky. In many creative industries, including freelance, tech design, or builds like this, connections are part of the job. Having access to discounted parts or faster shipping isn't unethical. It's often why certain freelancers are hired in the first place. That doesn't make the practice automatically wrong. It makes it situational and entirely dependent on context. Then comes the next major issue.
She brought it up.
Shipping. Manager 3, already concerned that the total build price has exceeded the actual auction revenue, wants to confirm there won't be any additional hidden cost. But the artist is clearly frustrated at this point. They remind the manager that Doki had previously said she would cover shipping, and clarified that the current quote doesn't include packaging, taxes, or logistics, just the hardware and labor. From a business standpoint, the manager pushes back. This doesn't make any financial sense at this point. The item now costs more than what the auction brought in. He even says bluntly that at this rate, they might as well just donate the full auction amount directly to charity, rather than continue to pour more money into a project that spiraled completely out of scope. Still, he doesn't make the final call. He ends the conversation by saying, "I'll talk to Doki and see what we can do." And with that, the situation is hanging by a thread. Then comes what might be the most chaotic part of this entire saga. In an attempt to streamline communication, a group chat is created that includes the buyer, the PC builder, Doki, and her manager.
They
The
shouldn't
goal
have
is
included the
simple:
buyer.
to finalize things. To let the buyer speak directly with the artist about what parts they want, any custom color choices, and confirm their shipping details, so this whole situation can finally move forward. But that's not what happens. What should have been a focused, clear conversation derails almost immediately. The chat quickly shifts away from specs and shipping and into a heated discussion about unpaid labor, fair wages, budget transparency, and whether a portion of the money should be considered a charity donation instead of payment. Tension starts rising, the buyer is caught in the middle, the manager's trying to mediate, and Doki, after watching this go sideways, finally speaks. Hi, sorry for the late reply to all of this. I'll be reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of my staff since they're all busy, and it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in, notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays in this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back within 48 hours, just add me again because my messages got super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting buyer PC made with the parts they want. Unless you like to have us share similar PCs, I also don't mind as a special feature. Please feel free to let me know what you prefer. At this point, the group chat is tense and directionless. Both the buyer and the artist seem to be waiting on Doki for a clear budget. But from Doki's perspective and her team's, they're still waiting on the artist to provide a final project estimate before any budget could even be confirmed. It's a total stalemate. No one wants to move forward without knowing the numbers, but no one's providing the numbers in a way that's usable.
If you hire a plumber to come fix like leaky pipes or something, and they ask you what's your budget, and then they give you how much it would cost, they're gonna upcharge you, obviously. So from Doki's perspective, they can't say their budget until they know how much it'll cost, because the moment you say like, oh, my budget is $6,000, what's stopping the artist from going, oh, well, what a coincidence, it's going to cost $6,000 to do this. Ooh, cool. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. So you need the person that is doing the labor to tell you first, and then you say, yes, I can afford that, no, I can't. The buyer, I don't know why the buyer is on the artist's side for this. Well, I know why, because the buyer and the artist have a private DM conversation later on, so they were probably doing it before. But the artist poisons the well for the buyer, I think. But I don't get what the issue people have with this of, it's like, well, yeah, if you hire someone in any other type of job, and they ask you what's your budget before you say how much your services cost, you're going to hit the same situation again. It should be obvious why. The buyer should have never been added to this. It should have just been the manager, Doki, and the artist, because the artist's assistant and the buyer just complicate matters further.
And that's when the artist breaks. What follows is a long message, a full-blown rant. They write, "At this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to the project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along. Silent, I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of contract yet, I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices, such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in a significant time with the concept art, drafting of proposals, communications, but without a clear budget, I've been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process.
The concept art was made, I think, about 2 weeks after Doki's debut. That's not enough time to make a good concept art and to get stuff going for this project. Because this project was announced, I think, a little bit after Doki had debuted, right? Which means for actual turnaround time, that concept art would have been like a day or two, maybe a week total. And the artist is charging 130 hours for it. For what is effectively just lace and some bows hot glued onto the side of a PC case. If I could charge 180 hours to build Legos, dude, I'd be making bank. And if this... I wonder if this is how she acts with every other company, and every other company just puts up with her. Because if I was dealing with her, this is one of the most insufferable people I would ever have to deal with.
In an attempt to make this work without undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand that I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the upper limit financial constraints are and what the Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're aligned and giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who has been waiting for a year. Everything they describe, the lack of contract, the unclear budget, the missed deadlines, is exactly what Dokibird and her team have been dealing with too. At this point, Dokibird responds stating that she's willing to raise the budget to 7.4k USD for the project. She makes it clear that she's personally willing to cover an additional 3 to 4k out of pocket, far above the 3.5k originally allocated for the parts when the item was first listed. But here, the buyer has more questions. He wants to know exactly how much he needs to contribute for his upgraded PC parts. Doki had already said she was willing to increase the overall budget, but he's trying to clarify. What was the original budget supposed to be? Was it 3.5k total, or was that just for the parts? He's essentially saying if the actual budget was $7,000 this entire time and Doki's team is only realizing it now, then he's not getting any benefit from the added compensation, the extra money that Doki was willing to pay because he waited this long. It's a fair question, but Catliente spins this part differently. She frames the buyer's message as him advocating for the artist to be paid a fair and livable wage. But that's not exactly what's happening. Yes, he does mention wanting the artist to be paid a livable wage, but that's not the point he's trying to make. What he's actually saying is, how much does he need to pay out of pocket for his upgraded specs? Doki has already offered to raise the budget, but he needs to know where that budget starts. Was it a 3.5k total or a 3.5k plus labor? And honestly, can I just point out how the way the labor costs keep piling on, it's almost comical. It went from labor estimated at auction time plus post-auction labor plus admin fees plus hassle fees? For what exactly? Because from the initial mockup to now, there's still no case, no PC, no product, nothing. Just spreadsheets. Then the conversation moves on and the artist makes a point of saying that they've been undercharging their labor rate throughout the entire project. They explain that they've been quoting at £12.85 per hour, which is the London living wage, just to keep the project moving. But according to them, their
Moving
actual
how?
base rate should be £32 an hour. So now we're talking about a project that's already well past its budget, behind schedule, and with no product delivered. And we're being told it's been running at a discount the whole time. Manager 3 then steps in and explains that Manager 1 hadn't set up the auction in a conventional way, which ended up putting a lot of financial burden on Dokibird personally. He's upfront about it, saying that even at this stage, they still don't know what the final cost of the PC would be. It could be $5,000, it could be $10,000, and without a fixed number, they can't move forward. So he tags both the artist and their assistant, asking them to provide a clear fixed price estimate, something that includes everything they would normally normally charge for a build like this, all labor, materials, and service included. He even emphasizes that they shouldn't underprice themselves and apologizes if anything he said earlier made it seem like they were being asked to cut corners. But once again, Caliente reframes this, saying it felt like a guilt trip from the manager.
It feels a bit guilt trippy.
Then came the most widely
How?
criticized
Catliente and the artist, they gotta be like, they gotta be best friends or something. Cause she sweeps for this artist at every single point, like they know each other personally. So either they're like really good friends and know each other personally, or Catliente got paid a lot of money by the builder. Cause I see, that or third option, she really, really, really hates Doki Bird. Because there's no reason for her to sweep as much as she does in her video. She looks at the builder in the best light every single time, and Doki's team in the worst light every single time. And all those options are just crazy anyways. Yeah, because if you had gotten both sides, Doki's side and the builder's side, you would have had a banger video, I think. Talking about the situation, how there was unforeseen drama in an auction charity. Whoa. How miscommunication caused a year-long backup of whatever. Okay. That could have been a good video, but instead you took one side and you took the worst side. You took the side that wanted to charge $15,000 at a discounted price on a charity PC. That's the side you're taking? I know you clickbaited cancer, but like, hell, man.
moment in this entire saga. The artist submitted 2 quotes. The first, labeled option 1, was based on their full standard wage. It totaled a staggering $11,133 US, with $6,610 of that being in labor alone.
By the way, the builder has not sent any pictures or videos of any labor being done. There is no proof the builder has done anything except for sit in her chair and type messages. Bear that in mind when you see these prices. They are also charging for every communication and not telling Doki's team until the end.
Calculated as 4 full weeks of 40 hours each. The PC parts themselves were capped at $4,006, meaning nearly 3/4 of the total cost was just labor. And the worst part, that price wasn't fixed. The artist stated it could increase further depending on complexity. In addition, they submitted a second option. Based on the rate they had originally quoted, the minimum London living wage. That version came to $8,814, still over budget, but at least closer to the 7.4k Doki Bird had said she was willing to pay out of pocket to help resolve the situation. But by this point, the damage was done. Doki then sends a message explaining how this whole mess was started. This is where she admits she had to pay out of pocket for multiple auction items, all because Manager 1 mishandled several of the listings. The artist then responds and walks back their earlier quote. She says that after much consideration, they can no longer accept the rates offered in option 2. In short, they're only willing to move forward with the $11,000 USD quote. So why even offer option 2 in the first place? Then they go on to say, while I'm sympathetic to the challenges you faced with previous management, I feel that I've been placed in a position to undercharge to align with your staff's current expectations. This has put me at a disadvantage, as the rate I initially proposed, option 2, doesn't reflect ethical standards for creative work. I appreciate your staff's apology for the miscommunication. I instead can shift my focus towards providing the best of my professional services. Making sure that I'm paid a fair rate in line with creative industries is tantamount to delivering a great project, and I'm committed to collaborating with you and buyer on this.
She is placating to the buyer.
to try and get the buyer's the most important person in this conversation, and the builder is doing everything they can to try and appease and appeal to the buyer to get them on their side. Because I'm fairly certain. Oh, let me take a look. Celeste, the builder, has not said a single thing about this at all. So let me check.
Going forward, I like to ensure I can feel comfortable and confident in my professional skills. I'll be providing my standard work contract and pro forma invoice, which reflects ethical pricing and cost estimates to the best of my ability. I should also let you know that I have a window of availability to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for Q2 and my rate is due to increase in the new financial year. I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally, if we can get everything agreed, signed and started by EOW, I'll help make sure we get the project done in a timely manner and still have wiggle room in case of any unforeseen delays. Instead of lowering my rates on the invoice, I'm discounting the additional fees, admin, extra hours, etc. that would have typically been charged for. Then Doki, while on vacation, responds. She and the artist go back and forth about the pricing of the build. Doki explains that she was fine accommodating option 2, even after the quote shifted from USD to British pounds, which she was willing to work with. But now that the artist is only willing to move forward with option 1, she says the price has increased dramatically. She asks if there's any middle ground they can find. Doki also notes that she's trying to resolve this during her first vacation in years, and apologizes if anything came off wrong since she's replying from her phone. If I'm misunderstanding from what I read, option 2 was proposed.
Okay, so Celeste has said nothing. Looking at her Twitter, that last reply Celeste had to anything was on May 23rd. That was a reply to a tweet. Celeste's full-on tweets. Last one was May 12th. With a 3D printed Miku cosplay, Miko, for Genshin Impact. And that also just has people spamming her comments with like, cool print. Did it also take 120 hours, whatever? So she hasn't responded. Kat Liente, her last response at all to the situation was saying that she didn't mean to dox somebody, it just happened. But her last response at all publicly, that isn't on her YouTube, was 7 hours ago. Talking about how Stream Elements censored somebody's toes in a video as a joke. And her response is just the censorship crying emoji. She has not mentioned anything about this. She can't really mention anything without getting hate for it. But she has not apologized at all. She hasn't apologized to Alicia, except for doxing her. And she has not apologized to Doki at all. Her response to the Doki thing was just, come to your own conclusion. But Kat's latest stream was 3 days ago. Her last video was... Wait. Did she remove her videos? There's no way. No, okay, different channel. Her last video on Cat and Chat was 13 hours ago. Okay, so for Cat and Chat, her channel was getting 50-ish, like 50,000 views, 20 to 50,000 views, right? Then she put out the video on Doki with 150,000 views. Afterwards, after that video, 4 weeks ago, her videos have been around 20,000 views, 20 to 30,000 views for a week after. She has not gotten over, in the past 2 weeks, her highest viewed video is 21K. She has dropped viewership severely. It looks like she's not talking about VTubers anymore. She's going back to art. Her art stuff kind of was doing fine, where her VTuber stuff got more like backlash, but her art stuff about calling up people tracing and things were fine. But now it's... like for the past 2 weeks, she hasn't had a video go over 20,000 views, and for the past week, or past like 8 days, she hasn't had a video go over 10K. So she's immediately dropped off. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a new YouTube channel that she decided to make. She's effectively killed her channel with this. 13 hours ago, with a video on AI coloring books, people are still hating on her. Take a look at this. Look at this.
The Cinder drama on Twitter for you and
So this is her recent video, right? Her most recent video, and it's getting disliked. She is... okay, so like she's still doing a video a day, but like her views have dropped considerably. Half and half. Literally, basically 50-50. Remember when Cat Leante doxed a VTuber who complained about her and defended a scammer?
Alright, guys, we have a couple.
Oh, this one's worse. AI technology exposed for actually being human labor. One day we'll get accountability. If I keep ignoring this issue, it'll go away. I think the reason her channel's not doing well, in every video she calls somebody out, talking about how they should take accountability, and yet she's not taking accountability. Right?
This is an account that was sent.
Like these, it's clear she had a VOD where she talks about multiple things and she's just breaking it up into things, like into smaller videos. But her last big one was Doki. And then it just went right back. So this looks like it's the same face, or same base VTube, whatever, reused a couple times. That's unfortunate, man. It honestly, it would probably stop if she just apologized. Like, I think if she apologized, people would come back. And the fact that she's not doing it is... I don't understand. Of all the ways to try and ruin your career, this is what you do? Makes no sense to me.
As a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial planning for the auction. She ends by saying she understands if a middle ground isn't possible, and if the artist isn't comfortable continuing, she's okay with them walking away. If that's the case, she and her team will look for another builder to finally deliver the PC the buyer has been waiting for. Kat then reads Doki's messages and sharply critiques her for using the vacation as a shield.
I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation in years. This to me is really gross. I want to be empathetic. Again, this wouldn't be an issue if you responded faster before your vacation. This to me reads very manipulative. That's not the buyer or the artist's problem. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't care if it was your vacation. Like, it sucks that you had to work on
Kat in chat has, I'm just gonna call her Kat. Kat has used vacations as a defense before. She had some drama where she messed up a story where she accused someone of something they didn't do, and instead of responding to criticism said, I'm on vacation right now, I'll respond when I get back, and responded by taking the video down and not addressing it. So I can use vacations as a shield. You though? Gross. And in her own video, one of her only talking about one of the things with the manager, her only criticism, she gets an ick from it. Like, she calls the manager yucky. That's it? You're a journalist that's supposed to be like to have genuine critiques, and you're just like, you're yucky. My little cousin has the same response to broccoli. What is that? There's no way.
your vacation. You wouldn't have had to work on your vacation if this was solved earlier. It taking this long is partially your fault. Being on vacation. How is this the fault of buyer and the artist? That is between you and your team.
But maybe Katliente should take her own advice, as the last time she faced a controversy, she...
That's what I'm saying. This is also one criticism I forgot to address. I am on vacation. Also, Rev says Desu. I'm gonna ignore that. He's an odd one. Obvious damage control, you waited 2 weeks. He's right in this, unfortunately, but man,
responded by mentioning that she was on vacation 3 times in a single tweet. This is also one criticism I forgot to address. I am on vacation. I have been for 2 weeks. I pre-filmed 3 to 4 weeks of my videos because I am on vacation. My daily tweets going out are pre-scheduled for a month in advance because I am on vacation. Whoops, I mean 4 times. It also says in my Twitter nickname that I am on vacation, although I did leave earlier than the July 27 date listed. But back to the video. The artist explains that quote number 2 was lower because she came up with the reduced wage idea after feeling pressured during her conversation with manager 3, who at the time had suggested she donate the PC to make the build, labor, and shipping fit within the original auction amount. She brings back the point the buyer made earlier, that the auction price shouldn't define the project's budget, and uses it to reinforce her stance. Doki responds by explaining that the charity auction was structured so that the base listing price should have been reflective of the actual cost, both labor and materials, and that this was something the artist had not been informed of. And what previous management was supposed to tell all creators, which the majority were made aware of, but some select few weren't, including this item. The artist replies, "This is where your previous staff made the error." Doki then continues, "That's why a lot of items were different in pricing and wasn't just $1 to start off, as all creators were supposed to inform me of what the base price was, and why the item started off as 3K for the starting bid, as I was informed that was the base price to set the auction item as. This was the only item where the commissioner piece is higher than what the item auction ended as. So that's why I wish to find a middle ground if possible, but if not and you feel uncomfortable, I understand. I just feel uncomfortable the most that the charity received less than what the item is going to be. And that was not something that should not have happened, and one of the reasons why the previous management in charge of the charity got let go for mishandling it." The artist responds, "The charity receiving less than what the item is going to be is regrettable, and I share your feelings. If the price hadn't been valued the way that it was, we could have perhaps avoided that outcome. It makes me sad that
It is $100 difference. They're saying it. The builder and Cat are saying it like there's 10 grand difference. It's $111. Like, that's, for a computer, that's not a lot of money. It's not. This whole thing is blown out of proportion.
It's not the case because it would have been for a good cause that we both really believe in. I want you to note that I'm not upping the cost just for the sake of it. I have to work from a standard rate to be able to make ends meet, and I'm hopeful you can understand. If it would help, I can share the past invoice from the build that this PC is based from."
By the way, the builder has still not told them that she is charging for every message sent. So keep that in mind too.
It's about 2 years old, and I was paid both in hardware plus 7.1k British pounds to make the build. The hardware itself amounted to 3.5k, so the total came around to 10.6k British pounds. And Doki answers, "I would like to find a middle ground, as I really cannot believe in or have faith to have the item be extremely more than what the charity received. If we could find a middle ground for this, maybe donate some of the money to the charity itself as well, where it is around that, but a portion of that goes to the charity." The artist then sends an updated invoice applying a 3,840 British pound discounts, bringing the total build price down to 8,622.97 British pounds. However, that total is still higher than the initial quote number 2, which had been valued at 6,826 British pounds. Then comes an awkward moment. The artist assistants start asking how much of the buyer's 6.6k actually went to the charity. Doki Bird
What just happened to the video?
Streamer just to make.
What?
However, that total is
What? Okay, we move on, I guess.
still higher than the initial quote number 2, which had been valued at 6,826 British pounds. Then comes an awkward moment. The artist assistants start asking how much of the buyer's 6.6.
I was gonna say, this is one of the reasons the assistant should not be here. It should be a manager, Doki, and the artist solely. Because the assistant has done nothing productive in this conversation. They've sat idly by, silently, and the only time they talk is to levy us, basically throw a soft accusation out, or just confuse the conversation more. They provide no value to this conversation at all. The buyer has some good questions and gets some good clarification on stuff, but the buyer also has only made things more confusing. There's no reason for the assistant to be in here. The artist just wanted somebody to be to rally to, essentially.
K actually went to the charity. Doki Bird responds clearly, all of it went to the charity, as the entire payment was processed through Tiltify. Doki then repeats that she feels uncomfortable with the fact that the charity received significantly less than what the auction item ended up costing. Katliente pushes back on this in her document, writing, "This feels unfair. While the sentiment of wanting the charity to receive a fair amount is noble, and a suggestion at a compromise is not Doki's money to give, this would be implying that the artists should undercharge themselves even more just to accommodate the miscommunicated budget." Manager 3 starts pushing back on the quotes. "We have received a few different quotes by now, and all quotes have a big difference in pricing and keep going up. When we started, you asked for our budget and we said 7k USD, and now we're getting a quote for 15k USD. Excluding shipping and taxes. Could you show me where you and old management agreed on the designer standard fee and what has been delivered on that? Where does this number come from? Perhaps it's just me being lost, but usually quotes are provided. You agree on a quote and things get made and paid in set agreed time based on the quote. Or am I missing something?" Unfortunately, the next screenshot does not show the full extent of the artist's response. It would have been important to see where previous management allegedly agreed to the terms mentioned. Instead, the document only includes the manager's reply to the artist's message with the original message missing. It's unclear whether the screenshots were trimmed this way by the artist who provided them, or if Katliente herself chose to present them this way, despite potentially having access to the full, unedited exchange. At this point, the artist's assistant comes out swinging against Manager 3. "I'm sorry, this has not been sitting well with me today, and I have to speak up. I feel this is a horrible pointed remark to make, Manager 3, and is wildly inappropriate and unprofessional. Doki and artists have stepped up to own and apologized multiple times for missteps on both sides, and these things have been heard, understood, and sympathized with in order to draw a line under it, and to see if there is a solution to be made with the regrettable circumstance we now have." Giving explanation as to
The artist stepping up is giving a discounted price of double the price of the auction item. That's not the same. Also, you're not involved in the conversation. You're not a manager, you're not whatever, you're an assistant. There is no reason for the assistant to be here, apart from to make things more confusing and to try and give more leverage for the artist. They should not be here in this conversation. This is like bringing your mom into a group chat with your boss. There's no reason for them to be here.
why certain things happened the way they did does not equate to making excuses for it or trying to absolve blame. I think that's simple enough to understand. I really feel like the negotiations that
does not equate to making excuses for it. The artist said, "I'm suffering from a nicotine addiction, but was a month sober or a few months sober when taking the commission." That's not on them. You were already sober for a bit. So there's an excuse from them. The artist also used, or prompted for another thing, brought up a new medical problem as an excuse. The artist has also not told them they are charging for communication, and also not shown any proof that work has been done. I'm mad at this person. This person sucks.
that Doki and artists were engaging in have really been undercut now, and that we've reached a point where all discussions should be left to them with very minimal interruption.
Then shut up. If you're saying they shouldn't be interrupted, okay. Then shut up and leave the group chat. Interrupting and saying there should be no interruptions just makes a circle. Oh. Digging holes and then saying it's hard to walk through this field full of holes. I wonder why. Man, ooh. This person sucks. This person reminds me of some people that we know in the Discord, Jonah. In Rets. I'm feeling deja vu dealing with people.
At Doki, I'm sorry if my short question about the charity money was rude and out of hand. I was curious if the auction was done as all proceeds get donated, or if it was 100% of the profits, since that would have made a huge difference in how
That is the same thing. All proceeds or all profits? All of the money. Doki clarified very quickly. You should also never go up to the organizer and go, so how much of this is actually going to charity? You never ask that question. What is wrong with you? Do you go to a food drive and ask, well, how much of the food is actually going to kids? Are you taking a bagel off the top? No. You don't go to any charity going, so how much is actually going to the cause? That is a pointless question that's just meant to be accusatory. There's no reason to ask it, apart from to confuse and anger the other party. No, I don't believe you're curious about how it's done. I think that's a lie. There's messages in between that aren't being shown or that weren't shown earlier. So you're being inflammatory just to do it, just to be inflammatory. Perhaps attention can return to the negotiations. You just shouldn't have talked if your main argument is just, there's been too many interruptions. We should get back on topic. When you derailed the topic to begin with. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't ask that question.
how much money you'd be shortfalling for this item. I should have elaborated. As tensions rise on all sides, the artists formally request payment for their work. Good morning, everyone. This isn't a message I'd like to be sending, but at this point I feel I have no choice. After all this hard work without payment, I feel my efforts and work have been consistently undervalued, and I'm formally requesting to be paid for the work I have already completed. I do not feel comfortable proceeding with this build further until I am, at a minimum, compensated for the time and effort I have already put into this project. Please find attached below the estimated invoice for my services if you wish to proceed with the build. The estimated total required for this project will be 8,622 British pounds. But most surprisingly, she then states that if Dokibird's team wants to continue the project with another PC builder, she would require a 25% cancellation fee, citing a flat license agreement she believes she is owed for creating the PC design. That totals an astronomical sum of 3,040 British
There has been no
pounds.
work done.
Alternatively, she says, if you prefer to cancel entirely, the amount payable will be 3,840 British pounds for services already rendered, and 6,600 USD refunded to Dokibird. Again, this is not a message I want to send, but I truly feel like I've exhausted all other options. I do not feel like I have been listened to or communicated with in a way I expected.
What do you mean communicated with? You stopped talking for 4 months. You took a third of the year to just drop off the face of the earth. And before that, you took another 2 months. Just silence. You have spent half a year MIA. And they're the communication problem? You haven't shown any work. What are you getting paid for? Dreams? If I got paid for hopes and dreams, I'd be rich. Oh. Oh yeah, pay me the price of the PC for the PC I haven't worked on. Also, you should have called me first. Oh. How did you... Is this how Celeste works normally? Because she's a horrible person to work with.
From a major project such as this, I am happy to discuss this further and clarify any items. However, I believe I should be paid for the work I have currently completed for free. I cannot continue further until the contract is signed and returned and the services rendered so far are paid in full. Additionally, I want to clarify something regarding the financial aspect of this auction. While I understand that this was a charity project, I recently looked into the tax implications of charitable donations in Canada. Typically, Canada offers tax relief on charitable donations. This part hits especially hard for Dokibird, someone who's consistent.
The only way, or the only reason you would look into tax deductions is to try to paint it in the light that Doki's only doing this as a tax write-off. There's no reason for you to look into tax deductions for charity unless you, in this situation, unless you're trying to accuse Doki of something. Or trying to be like, hey, you could make a little off of this, don't worry. That's not the point of the charity. Charity is you give something up without the expectation of something in return. You're giving up your time, giving up your money, you're giving up something. Saying, hey, you could get a little off the top, it's not too bad. I would take insult too as well. Like, when we watched Mujin's thing covering this like a little after it happened, he said the same thing of like, if someone basically is trying to accuse me or tell me, hey, I could make something off of this charity, I would be pissed. Because that's not the point of why I'm doing this. This doesn't help the conversation at all. This only hinders it further.
Consistently been generous in her projects. She expresses feeling deeply hurt that anyone would think she's doing this for a tax write-off or personal gain. At this point, Manager 3 has had enough. Please inform me what services was rendered for the 3.4K quote and what was the formal agreement. We will not be planning on using the design for the winner's PC, so I would like to know what this entails, as it's almost the same price as the auction itself for a non-delivered item and a mock-up / quote. And he's right, the final cancellation fee the artist submitted amounts to $5,099 US, almost the same as the $6,600 auction bid itself. And on top of that, the the Dokibird teams still needs to commission a new custom PC for the buyer. He continues, there's been zero communication during the project, no quotes, no asking for feedback or approval. We'd be willing to discuss some sort of payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered from our POV at the moment. And pricing seems to go up every time we're talking, so please provide me sufficient evidence of work being finished on your end within the next few hours or so, because at the moment I have zero to go on but your word that things have been completed. This is usually not how to do business. Complete things without a quote, asking a pretty high amount, more than the charity auction fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communication on. Then implying we are unprofessional and that the streamer might be pocketing cash, whilst the bidder, her fan, not yours, is still in the conversation, and then asking to add him back into this conversation whilst we already decided to not continue from the provided quotes. Catlianton then argues that the artist deserves to be paid even for the unused design, which, to be fair, is a point I agree with. But the quoted licensing fee here feels excessive, even when compared to standard corporate rates. One point that hasn't really been brought up is that licensing fees typically scale based on manufacturing scope. One-off commissions, limited runs, and mass-produced items all fall under very different pricing models. These fees are
The commission mock-up that was done at most is like a couple $100 for whatever copyright stuff to use that officially. At most, it's like $250. Trying to charge $3,000 for a picture where you photoshopped Dokibird's character model onto the PC case, and then you hot glue some lace and bows and put some stickers on the inside of the glass, and that's your concept for $3,000? No. That's a scam. I'm not paying that. If your cancellation fee is almost the same amount as the fee for the concept and the fee for whatever work you're saying you've already done is more than both of them, no, I'm not paying you. You're trying to take advantage of a charity to make money.
usually the trade-off for not receiving a percentage of sales, and they tend to scale with how many units are expected to sell. So if this is a licensing price for a one-on-one PC, it raises a serious question. How much does Celeste Fleurs charges for a PC design that's actually meant to be sold and reproduced? Catliente also adds that client communication is labor and should be factored into the artist's hourly rate, just like any other part of the creative process. But in most freelance commission-based work, basic communication is factored into the base cost. You don't get billed just for replying to a client. Also, this was a charity auction. Adding communication fees to a chaotic, miscommunicated, charity-focused event just feels off. The optics are bad, even if the justification is technically sound. And the artist applied to a call-out tweet that said it was a paid opportunity, not a custom agency contract. So it's weird to treat it like a full-scope enterprise job with layered billing. Management and the artist go back and forth again, with the artist standing firm on their rates, and management continuing to push back.
Shout out Fandango movie clips. Let's go.
The artist then provides screenshots of their early communication with Manager 1, where he states, Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC. It kind of feels like the artist took that line quite literally and ran with it. Manager 3 then responds by saying Manager 1 had no mandate to claim that. A debate follows over who is actually responsible for fulfilling the project. Manager 3 argues that this was still Manager 1's responsibility, while the artist pushes back, stating that Manager 3 contacted them directly with the intention of picking the project back up, implying they had taken ownership of it. Manager 3 then questions the artist's time estimate, saying, so far my calculations say you spent 2 to 3 full times recreating this mockup, and I found that hard to believe considering Doki had just debuted around that time, and mockups usually take 2 to 4 days, not full 8-hour work.
Yeah, this was something I said earlier. 2 weeks after Doki had been debuted, like basically 4 weeks, this was going on. So 2 weeks after being debuted. 2 weeks after being debuted, 2 weeks before whatever auction, is when this would have been created. That's not enough time to be told, hey, there's an auction. Hey, we'll work with you. We need a concept. It's a dubious thing, and it's also very shoddily put together, like it was made quickly. I don't like the concept art. It doesn't look good to me. It looks cheap. It looks like a Fiverr concept art.
Workdays. He then clarifies a critical point. They're not the same company that initially contracted Celeste. The original team, Doki Bird Production and stakeholders, was a separate legal entity that wasn't owned by Doki. That team was eventually let go as Doki had been taken advantage of, and she later founded her own new company. Manager 3 explains that legally they're a different entity entirely, and therefore have no formal agreement with the artist and are not obligated to fulfill the original arrangement. That said, he still expresses a desire to find a resolution, even if they're not legally bound to do so, despite how strained the conversation has become. He goes on to say that the old company has made multiple attempts to reconnect with the artist early on, but those efforts failed for reasons that were out of their control. At that point, things were put on hold, not because of Doki Bird Production. He notes that the artist has taken very little accountability for that gap in communication, especially when it comes to charging full service rates. The implication is clear: if any client had to wait this long, it would be completely reasonable for them to be unhappy and start looking for a solution. Even once negotiations resumed, despite the tension, Manager 3 points out that the artist continued to charge far above fair market value, especially for what ultimately amounted to a mock-up. And then he asks a question that cuts straight to the heart of the issue. What would have happened if we did not get in touch? The artist responds, my services include, but are not limited to, the mock-up design that was created on a rush turnaround. I've provided a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work in the spreadsheet, being as transparent as possible about my rates and costs. The proposals, updated hardware list, cost breakdown calculations, project planning / coordination, and other documents are part of the services you requested. You are correct that there are no hidden costs involved. Additionally, they say they consulted a charity manager who...
Putting that emoji makes me furious. The little blush smiley face. To build trust, I've offered to share previous invoices from similar projects to demonstrate that my rates are consistent and aligned with industry norms. I'm not a large company, but rather an academically recognized, published small artist specializing in unique boutique PC builds. Saying you specialize in artisan, basically in artisan PC builds, is like, that's that like millennial burger place type thing, where it's like, you gotta use the special name, otherwise we won't give you the burger. It's like, I'll have a flip-flap Wabbajack with cheese. Like, okie dokie. I'm academically recognized. How? What artisan craft is there for building a PC? It's not like how a stonemason or a carpenter can make anything out of a block of wood or stone. You have PC parts that only go in one way. You have a PC case that only looks one way before you do stuff. Her other builds are her hot gluing stuff on the outside. She isn't making anything. She's buying whatever parts or paying someone to print stickers and things for her. I don't know how you can be academically recognized when you're essentially a Lego builder for PCs. My charges reflect the scope, complexity, and quality of the work involved. If this weren't the case, the auction winner would not have bid on the item. Teehee. My charges reflect the scope, complexity, and quality of the work involved. You spent 280 weeks. That is 30 straight days. Or 280 hours, sorry. 280 hours is around a full month. Working 7 hours a week, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 30 days is around 280 hours. On a single PC. Concept and PC. If you're that inefficient, I'm not gonna pay you. Because it's obvious you're just drawing out time to get paid. Additionally, I've consulted a charity manager who works with Tiltify to better understand the situation from my understanding, and then they go into something. Putting that emoji there is rage bait. And it's working. I'm getting mad. That's the most passive-aggressive shit ever.
Works with Tiltify
Insanely unprofessional.
to better understand the situation. According to them, industry standards support that they should be paid for the custom PC designed as agreed, regardless of the charity context, since the charity itself had no role in managing the auction. They also argued that DokiBird's current team is still responsible for fulfilling the project, and that the amount due reflects fair compensation for the work already done in good faith. She adds, "The bottom line here is that I'm not going to accept any less than my industry standard rate, and I'm not interested in undercutting other independent artists in the industry. I understand if you'd like to pursue this commission at a different quoted rate, but my compensation is non-negotiable. I'm unfortunately not interested in any further drawn-out dialogue, and therefore will not be responding to anything short of agreeing to an offer. Thank you again. My apologies for any confusion in our time reaching this result." The last screenshot from management, including in the Google document, is this one, where Manager 3 writes, "I wish to continue conversations, but without concrete evidence, as requested 3 to 4 times before, I cannot go back to the team and even start the further conversation of possible compensation. We requested several things, and these items have yet to be provided to us." He adds, "The team also asked why you did not re-establish communication after losing contact upon your own return, and if you did, why was everything put on hold?" However, nor Catliente or the artist provided any proof of response or showcase of the items requested. And then things get even weirder. Catliente should focus to a set of DMs between the artist and the buyer. The buyer reaches out asking
I don't know why the buyer decided this was a good idea. Obviously, like something fell through. The buyer doesn't know what was said because they were removed from the conversation. Something fell through. That artist is no longer the one doing the PC. Why you're then going to them privately, I don't understand. This isn't, I don't think this is the first conversation they're having. Either, because unless it's cropped, but when you start DMing somebody, I think it looks different. But the first line from the scammer, from Celeste being, "It's about to be May and you only now just got the builder?" It's been over a year, and you could have built this like 6 months ago. Why are you... Don't be surprised. Fuck off. You could have done this way sooner.
if the artist has ever seen the new builder's work before. The artist responds and then proceeds to talk down the new builder and criticize Doki.
Celeste is now also shitting on the new builder without knowing who they are, which is poisoning the well to the buyer. This screenshot alone makes you like toxic to work with. No company is going to want to work with you if they think this is how you're going behind their backs, if they do anything similar. This is out, and this is now attached to your name publicly on Twitter. So anyone who knows who you are and can connect you connects this story to you. This makes you radioactive. Companies won't want to work with you anymore. They won't sponsor builds because of how poorly you handled a charity PC. If it was just, hey, I'm auctioning off a PC, fine, whatever. This is a charity. Instantly, that makes you unworkable. Or unable to be worked with. For just major companies. But for other content creators, no one's going to want to work with you. You're radioactive. Anybody that works with you is going to get some of that radiation on them. You have ruined your career on your own.
Bird and her team right in front of Doki's own fan. Oh my god, it's about to be May and you only just got the builder? They've made you wait a whole 5 months. I have to laugh at how ridiculous that is. Goodness me.
They made you wait a whole 5 months. You could have built this PC a year ago. Why the builder isn't pissed at you, I don't understand. Or why the buyer isn't pissed at you? Wow, that's dreadful. I've never heard of this person before. You shouldn't be putting somebody else down. They don't have any social media other than a YouTube channel. They look like they're a small creator. How big is Celeste's Twitter? Celeste has 4,000 followers on Twitter. Just under 5K. It's weird if they're a creator and have like no other socials than a throne wish list and an email with a Gmail, which is a Gmail domain. Okay. What do you want them to use? Hotmail? They don't seem to have much of a portfolio for PC builds. By the way, this is Celeste. 5K 5K followers, by the way. 150,000 on TikTok. To my knowledge, those are small. This is her level of build. So this PC case is pink by standard. Like by default, it's pink and white. All Celeste has done on this PC case is put the flowers around, the stickers on the case, on the tubing, and like the little paw print and the fox. These cords you can buy, these tubing you can buy, and the liquid you can buy. To my knowledge, all Celeste has done on this is put it together, which, to be fair, you do assemble the PC. With custom parts, that does take some knowledge. Especially if it's like water cooling pipes. That does take a little bit. That part, fair enough. But how, like, these stickers that you put on, they're stickers. These are attached probably with like a magnet or hot glue. And these are from Razer. These are from a Razer Kraken headset. Like these are those cat ears that Razer has. They're not custom made for the PC at all. So but like trying to look at other builds, I don't see other builds except for this one, which is, so this, okay, to my knowledge, I don't know if you've noticed, Jonah, that tail is the exact same tail and the ears are slightly different. But otherwise, this is the same lace that was going to go on Doki Bird's thing. I don't know why you're showing this side. Why are you showing the side with nothing there? It's an empty case. Again, like you've put stickers and you've glued some stuff on. I don't. But her last, I don't know. Their last post is May 12th. With whatever this thing is. Which it's 3D printed. So it's not like you carved it from foam, whatever.
That really is dreadful. I've never heard of this.
But if this is the first time you've acted like this, I don't know why you decided of all times to act horribly with a client and you picked the charity to do it with. And not a company that's just willing to put up with bullshit just to make sure it's done. There were so many projects when I was doing engineering where if it just started to be too much of a headache, I was just told, just send it. We're tired of it. Just send it. We'll deal with it later. That's how companies are. They just, if they get tired or annoyed, they fold. Why you decided to act like this for a charity astounds me.
This person before. They don't have any other social media than a YouTube channel. They look like they're a small creator. But it's a bit weird if they're a creator and have like no other socials other than a throne wish list and an email, which is a Gmail domain.
I don't use my Twitter to promote me, but the Twitter I have is for my channel. I have an Instagram for Dondo McGee. I don't use it as much. There's a Facebook page for Dondo McGee. I don't use it for merch stuff. There's the YouTube that has VODs, and then this Twitch. Effectively, Twitch is my only social media. This is a stupid... What Celeste is doing is trying to paint this new artist in as bad of a light as possible to make the builder have as much doubt about whatever to try and get back at Doki. That's the goal. Celeste is, I'm assuming, angry or jealous that they didn't want to pay and have decided to go with someone else. I'm going to assume angry. And is, as such, trying to ruin this deal further for Doki.
They don't seem to have much of a portfolio for PC builds is something I'm noticing. If even an established company partnered with a famous VTuber can't fulfill her request for as cheap as she wants it to be, and she won't pay me to do it like she was supposed to, bit concerned about this creator being exploited with how much this should cost.
Alluding to the fact, like trying to insinuate that Doki would try to scam somebody and take advantage of them. I don't know who the buyer is. I don't know why the buyer decided to do this. This feels just as scummy. Like, you should have taken the fact that the relationship broke down and gone with that. Don't try to contact the buyer or the builder again. This feels like just gossiping. This isn't like, hey, I'm trying to keep you updated on a situation. This is gossip. This doesn't provide any value. And this is just to cause problems again.
Doki shouldn't be trying to undercut industry prices as one of the most famous VTubers in the world. Big yikes. Then the buyer tells Celeste that the new PC builder is actually doing it for free, saying, "You were right, they did shop around for the cheapest they could get, aka free."
Why are you acting like this? They reached out to somebody, that person said, hey, I'm willing to do it for free. Yeah, they're gonna take that. If my two options are someone who's overcharging me like 200% and someone willing to do it no charge, I'm gonna go with the no charge. That doesn't mean they're being taken advantage of. They are offering to do it for free. Why you're saying this? They did shop around for the cheapest. Do you want it to be more expensive for you? They have to run the builder. I'm assuming they're running the builder by you if they're telling you who the builder is. I don't like the buyer in this. I don't know why they're okay with this.
Katliende ends her document and video by stating that the artist has not been compensated for their labor and that the auction winner still hasn't received their PC. All in all, it's a messy situation, one where both sides ended up feeling exploited. But there's more. Oddly enough, the last recorded messages between the artist and the buyer were dated 29th of April. By tracing the Google Docs edit history throughout the URL, it turns out that the artist
Down in March 8th. So that last message from buyer to builder was in April, and the builder had leaked these messages to Kat a month prior. So the tea is piping hot, like Kat said, because Kat decided to brew it. The builder is taking advantage of the fact that Doki wants this to be dealt with privately. This is a smear campaign. There's no other way around it, man.
and Katliente had actually been planning to write this document as early as March 8th, weeks before some of the final messages even happened. Maybe it was to apply public pressure on Doki Bird, or maybe it was to paint her as a manipulator, a scammer, or a bad faith actor. Take your pick. Which unfortunately kind of worked. When the video came out, a handful of Doki Bird's aunties
When I see these videos, I do try to like take a peek at who some of these people are and if they've said anything recently.
quickly jumped on the situation, using it as
No, that person is it's a Niji Sanji can do no wrong type person. I see. Interesting. This person's... What did they actually say? Let me take a look at those.
take your pick, which
Being one of the most successful indies right now and not paying your artist is insane, actually. Making it another management problem is hilarious. How long are you gonna blame your management at this point? Unfoul. Shit's becoming a pattern, but her fans ain't ready for that conversation. That is supposed to be a smile emoji. It's almost as irresponsible as submitting a project a day before Christmas, where management couldn't check it on time, but posting it anyways, and getting surprised it's asked to be privated. No. It was talked about 2 months before and submitted, and was told, yeah, we'll take a look at it, and when it wasn't looked at for 24 hours on a work day, Doki posted it so that effort wasn't wasted. And then they privated it without asking her. So you are mischaracterizing that situation.
Unfortunately, kind of worked when the video.
No, because I'll never forget how motherfuckers were jumping us for siding with management, for pointing out responsibilities on her part. Now she's indie and still cries about mismanagement? Yeah, because management problems don't stop when you leave a company. If y'all don't see it at this point, I don't know what to tell you. If you think Niji Sanji handled that situation any way positively, you're insane.
Came out, a handful of Doki Bird's antis.
I don't know, but the people you employ shouldn't have to hear your life sob story. They came here to do a job and get paid in a professional setting. Over-explaining just looks like excuses, because it's quite literally has nothing to do with them. Just address the issue point blank and fix it, which she tried to do.
He's quickly jumped on the situation.
Still can't believe that Doki, if you have to censor her name because you're scared of her, that's cringe. Still can't believe that Doki thinks she was accused of pocketing money. She was, because the evidence we have is she could make tax claims, and that is all. Seriously, professional victim. P.S. There is nothing wrong with taking the tax exemptions as long as it's done rightfully. Yes, but when someone asks you how much is actually going to charity in that wording, people are going to take that as, you think I'm skimming off the top. Donations through Tiltify go directly from the donator to the charity. If anyone's getting a tax donation, it's the donator. There likely are something she could, but that is irrelevant to my point. She literally cannot. As far as this campaign is concerned, she cannot. I do not understand why you don't extend her the same courtesy you yourself expect. Real?
Using it as an excuse to.
I'm assuming by having esport in your name, you're a professional person?
Accuse her and taking Catliente's word at face value.
That's the PC thing. And no, they did not apologize or do anything. They have ignored it as well.
So, the day after the video was uploaded, Doki Bird issued a response. She starts by saying, "To everyone following the situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address the claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video. This has been an incredibly difficult experience, but I believe the full story deserves to be heard." Doki Bird opens by acknowledging that the auction was mishandled and apologizes directly to the winner for the delays and confusion. She says she takes responsibility, but also reveals there were serious behind-the-scene challenges that hadn't been disclosed until now. Then she drops a bombshell. "I feel that it's time that I share this with everyone, as I have come to terms with what has occurred in the summer. At the time this auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actively working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Doki Bird. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and the help of a personal friends and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but this screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was." Doki Bird explains that she and her team were overwhelmed, focused on rebuilding the business, and received no follow-up from the other side, leaving her uncertain about how to move forward with the situation. She explains that she eventually had to step in to handle the PC build herself after delays continued, but claims the builder stopped following up, which forced her to reach out again after months of silence. She clarifies that the auction starting bid was always meant to reflect the full cost of the item, as was standard across all listings. She writes, "I was confused when the PC build kept increasing in quoted price from 6k to 8k to 12k, then 14k, with no consistent rationale. I even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but the shifting figures and eventually threat of daily penalties for missing an arbitrary deadline left me overwhelmed and unsure if I could continue the partnership. The builder provided irrational hours in the time log, asking for obscene amounts and services we never agreed on. Eventually, I was told I'd owe a 4k cancellation fee, yet I had not agreed to any finalized scope or cost. There was no contract signed between me, DokiBird, and them directly." Then she attached the final quote Celeste had sent her team.
14 grand.
$14,964. That was the final quote for a custom PC build. And of that amount, $11,000 was just labor, nearly 3 times the cost of the actual hardware. The breakdown is even more outrageous. 4 weeks of 40 hours work week for project production, plus 3 more weeks of 40-hour prep time before the build even begun. None of it makes sense. And yet, despite all of that, DokiBird was still willing to pay the full amount, no questions asked, as long as the artist could provide any proof of labor. The artist did send over a timesheet claiming 120 hours of work.
That's not
But
proof.
Doki and her team had repeatedly requested a time-lapse video of the PC build, something the builder had originally said existed. However, after multiple follow-ups, the video was never delivered. To Doki, this felt like the builder was acting in bad faith, not just towards her, but toward the auction winner as well. Weirdly enough, Celeste often takes time lapses of her work. She even replied to a comment on a 2-year-old rig saying it took her 4 times longer to build because she was filming the entire process.
This would be that first build we looked at with the Razer cat ears. That build took 6 months because we were filming everything. Okay.
I don't know, maybe that's where the 280 hours came from. Then DokiBird's team also sent Celeste an email stating that she never made it clear she was charging them for the quote itself and for every interaction with the team. They reiterated their repeated requests for time-lapse footage or any proof of labor and questioned her claim that she wanted to be paid for a mock-up created nearly a year ago, especially since that item wasn't listed on her timesheet and wasn't charged for separately. There were just too many things that didn't add up. DokiBird says she was also deeply hurt by the false accusation that she was pocketing charity money or doing it for a tax write-off. She clarifies that all funds went directly to the charity through Tiltify and that she personally covered artist payments and additional costs out of her own pocket. She explains that she had to step back due to the emotional toll. She was on a long-awaited vacation in Japan dealing with food poisoning, but was still trying to resolve everything quietly behind the scenes. Eventually, she spent nearly $10,000 ordering PC parts with a new builder, but after Amazon canceled the parts order, she and the auction winner mutually agreed on a 7.5k payout to settle the matter. DokiBird states that the video was posted 2 days after she had already paid the auction winner and considered the matter resolved. She claims the video description and pinned comment were edited afterward to acknowledge the payment, but in a way that falsely implied she only paid because of public pressure, which she says is completely untrue. Additionally, she had initially avoided sharing screenshots because she generally hoped to resolve things privately, but now feels forced to speak up and defend herself. She emphasizes her track record of supporting and paying artists, acknowledges her personal missteps, and says that being labeled as manipulative is heartbreaking. Moving forward, she says she'll be stepping back from direct negotiations to avoid further misunderstandings, and asks people to consider the full context, not just the viral version of events. And after her statement was released, past artists she had worked with came out in droves to support her. Many corroborated
Boo Boo Bear, the one before the screenshot, is a Twitch ambassador for VTubing and other stuff. So it's not just random artists, it's like very reputable well-known names in VTubing and on Twitch and stuff advocating for Doki here. Very popular artists, Twitch ambassadors, like, she's got people on her side who can vouch.
Operating that
Kat has nobody except for a scammer and past controversies.
she's always been professional, generous, and great to work with. There's also so many contradictions in what the artist claims to have done, which is why it feels like they're not being fully transparent with their hours and rates demanded. The timesheet only lists 120 hours of work during the first 3 weeks, but if you look closely at the dates, they're all from 2025. Well after the project was supposedly already underway. The problem here, and Manager 3 brings this up, is that the artist claims her rushed mock-up job is part of the service rendered, and that's why she's invoicing them. But the timesheets, which are supposed to show which weeks she worked, don't include it at all. And as the manager points out, how does that make sense? To add to that, if we go further back, on February 28th at 17:29, the builder and manager 1 agreed to move forward with the project. Then, that same day at 17:44, the builder sent the mockup. She sent them the finished mockup in less than 15 minutes after agreeing to take on the project.
And I was right again, it was a rush thing. That's why it looks so bad. Crazy. And it takes a single day to do something. It took 1 day of DMing to give a year's stress to people. I don't think we'll ever see Celeste work again on PCs. And I'd be surprised if Kat... Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Kat made a new YouTube channel. But I'd be surprised if she made an apology at all. Because this is... How you don't notice some things or talk about some things, I don't get. Why you just gloss past the 40 hours or 40 hours a week for 4 weeks for a PC build? When Kat, before making drama content, made content to help new streamers and YouTubers grow, which means you should know a little bit about PCs because you recommend, hey, if you use a webcam, go with these type of cameras. If you use this, go with this type of mic. You need to know a little bit about computing to give advice on streaming and content creation. How you can see $15,000 for a PC build and go, looks about right. You have to be like childhood friends with this person, or they're paying you or something. There's no way you should be glossing over this. It's either you're paid to do it, really hate Doki, really like Celeste, you're just a dumbass that got too many lucky breaks. And I have a feeling it's the last one. Because if this is how you keep covering subjects, I don't know how you got here. Because the builder is shitty. Celeste is shitty for leaking this before finalizing things, for trying to scam out a charity thing, for not being clear. Management on Doki's side was not good. Management also sucks. However, if you are going to say you have proof of something and then you will do anything except show it, and then try to slander someone's name, you're the main person that's in the wrong. The buyer sucks for gossiping with the builder and for seemingly going behind Doki's back to shit talk. The manager 1 sucks for what they did. Manager 3 is trying to do their best. Doki, yeah, could have responded sooner. Maybe shouldn't have been so emotionally charged. But I don't blame her, because it's hard to be professional when you got a bunch of stuff going on IRL, and then someone is like, hey, you can take a little off the top, don't worry. The main problem, it doesn't matter what happened before, if you won't show proof of the work you did to get paid, you're in the wrong. And the assistant sucks too. Everybody sucks.
So already there are 2 contradictions or outright lies in what Celeste Fleurs has been telling Dokibird and her team. Did it only take her 15 minutes to make the mock-up? What the hell happened here? Now, if we establish a timeline of events, it seems like it went on like this. January 13 to 31, the artist logs hours and starts charging for that period. January 14, first contact is made via Twitter DMs. January 16 to
So she started charging before contacting. Charged for that first DM.
18, Manager 3 and Celeste discuss pricing for the build. Manager 3 already seems hesitant and was considering turning her down. January 19, Dokibird is added to the group chat, and even then, she still doesn't agree with the pricing. January 19 to 30, more back and forth, mostly disagreements over cost. And January 30, the artist drops a calculation table in Discord quoting 5.1k British pounds for pre-production and references January 31st, a date that hadn't even happened yet. To this day, both Manager 3 and Doki have said they're still confused where the 120 hours came from, since they originally assumed it was for the 2024 mockup. Because honestly, how else do you justify $5,100 for a few Discord messages? And for context, on January 13th, Celeste asked for the manager's Discord handle. Doki only responded on January 14 with the info. So between the 13th and 14th, there was no further communication. They weren't even friends on Discord yet. Which means Celeste literally charged Doki $340 for those 3 messages. It's just so hard to believe that the artist is being truthful, especially when even a self-proclaimed amateur has completed similar custom PC builds with 3D printed decor and vinyl designed panels in just 75 hours. But that's not all that happened, because what Catliente did next was even worse. One part of Catliente's video that was initially overlooked but later sparked major backlash online
Alicia
was when
stuff.
she referenced a past incident where she had uploaded a video that clickbaited creator Alicia X Def's cancer for views.
By my editor, it was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, "I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation." News YouTuber specifically, which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video.
Cat uses this story
Just delete the video. Don't just leave it sitting on the shelf. That's so easy to do. If I have a VOD from Twitch that goes onto YouTube waiting to go out, and I realize, oh, there's probably something in there I should take out, or I just shouldn't upload the VOD, I just delete it. There's no point leaving it there, just private. Because if I forget and then I upload it by accident, it's like, I could get in trouble if it's something. Whether with whoever or with YouTube. If you know someone doesn't like you talking about something, don't make the video. Or, if you've already made it, just delete it. It's 2 seconds max to delete a video.
to make a broader point about creator accountability, saying that even if you didn't personally cause the issue, if your name, brand, auction, or platform is attached to it, you're responsible for it. She draws a clear parallel. Just like she claims she took responsibility for a mistake made by her editor, she argues that Doki should have stepped in sooner, instead of distancing herself from the fallout caused by her management team. Except, Kat never really took accountability for what she did to Alicia. She paid her off, deleted Alicia's comment from her video, and then went on Twitter to defend herself, doubling down even rather than owning up to it. Alicia even responded
Threw her editor under the bus like 3 times.
directly to that Catliente tweet, and had previously uploaded a fuller explanation of what happened on her YouTube channel. So let's take a look at it. Initially, Alicia was going to let it go, but after seeing that Kat brought this incident up again, this time in a comment under her Doki Bird charity video, using it to frame herself as someone who takes responsibility, Alicia decided it was time to speak out and reveal what actually happened. Catliente had posted a video titled "VTuber with Cancer Got Hacked," featuring Alicia's face and flames in the thumbnail, a move that caused her massive distress. Even after Alicia publicly stated that she didn't want her illness used for content, Kat still published the video, then later changed the title to "VTuber in Remission," which only added to the misinformation.
She also lied and said then it was the editor, that it wasn't her that did it. Which, real good at taking accountability. If the word hypocrite was a person, it would be Cat in chat.
Kat later claimed that the video was uploaded by mistake, blaming it on her editor. But Alicia shows this was false, pointing out that Kat herself responded to comments and manually changed the title. Alicia also reveals that the video was live for over 24 hours, not the 6 hours Kat claimed. While Alicia acknowledges that Kat did eventually take the video down and paid her the ad revenue, it only happened after backlash, and she believes Kat never truly took accountability and is now trying to rewrite the narrative. She makes it clear that she does not want her name or illness brought up again, in any context, by Catliente.
And the fact that she mentioned me in her comment section of the video pissed me off. To act like she took accountability when she took zero in my situation. And the only reason why it got swept under the rug is because I didn't say anything.
One part that was particularly heartbreaking is when Alicia says that week was one of the worst she'd ever experienced.
That I didn't talk about was, it's so hard when you see a bunch of fucking comments, and this was getting like hundreds of comments at the time during this video being uploaded, of people being like, oh my god, Alicia has cancer? And then she changed the title hours later. Like 5-6 hours later, she changed the title to be VTuber in Remission. Because she replied to someone's comment saying, oh shit, I didn't know she beat cancer. But I didn't. I had my main mass removed, and I still had 2 malignant spots left. So she changed the title to VTuber in Remission. And then I started getting bombarded with people congratulating me. And I just broke down. Because it's like, I was so overwhelmed because I've never wanted to be in a situation where I get brought up in this way and then have to explain, hey, no, I'm still fighting. Like, it was one of the worst weeks that I've gone through as a content creator.
Imagine the strength and courage it takes to fight for your life, only to be put in a situation where people are congratulating you and you have to explain that it was all a misinformation from a YouTube video.
It's that, but it's also the whiplash of being like, hey, imagine 100 people saying, hey, I didn't know you have cancer, I'm so sorry to hear that, and getting that outpouring of love, and then getting another positive whiplash of an hour later going, hey, I heard you beat cancer, from 100 different people, and having to explain, no, I still have cancer. It's not just fighting and then having to tell people, hey, I'm sorry, I'm still fighting. It's the 2 different sources because Kat saw an easy paycheck and didn't care about how it would affect somebody. Just leaving it up there in the with the chance it could be uploaded again, and then telling your throwing your editor under the bus twice. We'll see a 3rd and 4th time, I think, but
Just awful. My
Oh,
heart
yeah.
goes out to Alicia. So, just to recap,
by the way, Alicia has beat cancer now. As of like last week or something, or the week before. Alicia is cancer free, from what she has said. So, she's beat cancer. She's had whatever mass is removed. She's good now. And I'm glad it didn't happen, but I kind of I wanted Kat to be like, oh, congrats on beating cancer. And just to see the reaction to her statement like that, I think would have been peak. But I'm also glad she didn't, because, oh, Alicia probably would have reached through the screen to fight at that point. I think partly for Kat, she being the kind of person to be like, here's how to constantly grow your channel, here's how to constantly get bigger numbers, better numbers, more viewers, more likes, more comments, more whatever. Always trying to here's how you get more numbers. I think took that into everything else, and seeing that Alicia got hacked, just saw money symbols, I was like, ooh, this video is wrong to title like this. I shouldn't make this video, but I'm gonna make money off of this video. Ooh. Because Kat knew that Alicia already had the channel back from being hacked. Knew she didn't want to be called the cancer VTuber. Recorded a video, made the thumbnail, made the title like it. Supposedly left it private. It got posted by accident. Supposedly. And then Kat changed it. Instead of just taking it down. Interacted with comments. And whatever.
for those who are confused. Here's how this whole situation unraveled. Catiente.
And there's ads, so I'm gonna pause for a second. I'm getting tired, so I'm sorry if I'm not as energetic with reacting, or if I'm not making sense. It is almost 2 in the morning. I'm draining energy. This Jonah, what are you doing? What are you thinking? What's going through your head? How are you doing? We got 30 seconds in the ad left to go. I started Act 2 and blogged off Baldur's Affair. Yeah, on my solo, I gotta do Deep Dark, and then I'm done Act 1. And I can head to, I think, the Crush. I think it's the Crush. I don't know. I don't know when you're supposed to do the Mountain Pass. I'd have to ask Callie. But ad break's done. Back to the video. We're almost done the video. Like, we are in the final 8 minutes of the video.
first brought up Alicia in her Dokibird commentary video, using Alicia's cancer click.
It's the crash or the elevator in the Underdark. But you can do both. You can do both, right? Yeah, I don't know. Shrug. I'll ask Callie later. My brain's fried.
Clickbait incident as an example of her own accountability. Problem is, she left out critical context. Viewers noticed, then in the comment of that same video, Kat doubled down, continuing to frame herself as a responsible party. I cited the same thing from a personal experience in the video. There was a video I made about a VTuber with cancer, and then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the private video. It wasn't uploaded yet when I had time, since sometimes deleting a vid takes a while. My editor
Not true. Deleting a video is like 2 clicks. At max, it's 5 seconds. And if it goes for longer than 5 seconds, it tells you you can leave the page, it'll happen in the background. So that's just a lie. You don't even need to be a YouTuber to know that. You delete anything nowadays. I say nowadays like I'm old. You can delete anything off your phone or off something instantly. It's not like it takes forever. That's just a blatant lie that you're telling to another YouTuber that's been doing this for years. So I don't know what you're expecting to happen.
editor posted the video without me knowing. He noticed I hadn't scheduled out a daily video
Also a lie.
and thought that video was good to post. The VTuber was upset and he changed the title to sound better. It actually sounded
Also a lie.
worse because English isn't his first language and made the
Okay. If your English isn't your first language and you're using the word remission, a commenter said she beat cancer. Okay, so when English isn't your first language, you're jumping to a word like remission. That's a word you have to Google if you don't know English well, which means you would see the definition. So, it didn't sound worse because he just picked a random word. You would have had to know the meaning of the word to change it. That's a stupid point.
VTuber even more upset. I don't blame him at all. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us.
So stop bringing him up. She made a tweet where she said, Kat said she doesn't understand why the editor isn't getting hate. She doesn't want him to get hate, but she doesn't understand why no one's mad at the editor and only mad at her. Maybe because the editor didn't do anything? Imagine the editor. I'm hoping it's not the same one. Imagine editing this video and your boss is throwing you under the bus. That's crazy.
I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a shitstorm, and I was super confused as
Fix your sleep schedule.
to what was happening. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, it's a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand, and I immediately took down the video and paid the VTuber compensation for their troubles for the video being up for 6 hours. As a brand, things may happen that isn't your fault. It feels unfair to take responsibility for something you didn't 100% cause. But that's how you can be the bigger person and right the wrongs for affected parties. That led Alicia to quote retweet the Dokibird document and call out Kat's comment directly. Be the bigger person? You absolute fuckhead. You clickbaited my cancer. The internet called you out, so you changed the title to saying that I'm in remission, which caused people to think I beat it. Then after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability and gave me the ad ref to the video because you monetized my cancer. You're not a good person, stop acting like it, even though the entire situation wasn't my fault is stupid. You directly say here, I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time. You can literally delete a video from a mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm not a YouTuber. At
That's what I'm
Catliente, it's
saying.
outrageous you knew and still let it go out. After that, Alicia even responded to Kat's video comment with her own reply, which Kat then deleted. So Alicia decided to make her YouTube video explaining everything and clarifying the events. She only did that as
Top 10 ways to know you're in the right. Delete all negative comments criticizing actions. They're just haters. Top 2. Why is there a fire truck outside? I'm sure it's not. Top 2. Never take criticism. Criticism's bad. Number 9. Be passive aggressive to everybody trying to offer actual criticism. Because that helps. Totally. Can you shut up outside, please? Let whatever burn or water it down, man. Come on. There's just a fire truck outside my house, flashing its lights. Okay, it's driving away. No siren, no nothing, just lighting up my room.
As a response to Kat doubling down repeatedly. Katliente then posted a public Twitter statement repeating the same points. She was asleep when the video went live, her editor uploaded it with the clickbait title, then changed it to remission due to him being ESL, and she deleted the video once she woke up, paid Alicia for damages, apologized.
I'm gonna be uncharitable as hell and say that's racist. Oh, he doesn't speak good English. You gotta understand, he's foreign. He doesn't know English. That's not a good look to have as your argument. Blaming it on him being ESL is a choice. Because still, most people who are fluent in English, I don't think jump to the word remission. Most people, I think, would say cancer-free. Just in wording, remission is a big word. And if English isn't your second language, and the way Kat talks about it, sounds like he's not, like it's his second language, but he's not very good at English. And the way she talks about it, that's something you gotta Google, like, what are other words for cancer-free? So that's just a lie, and quite possibly, unintentionally, I'm gonna be uncharitable and say racist. Because at this point, I don't care.
And thought it was settled, but felt the need to clarify because of rumors surfacing again. But this next part made things even worse. While trying to defend herself publicly, Kat made a critical mistake. In her tweet, where she included proof of payment to Alicia, she failed to properly censor Alicia's.
She also failed to censor the only person of a darker skin tone in this whole controversy.
Real name. That's right, Katliente accidentally doxed her. The same.
So I didn't see the actual censor, or if she did at all. But I think what happened, when I look at other people's like responses, is essentially from what I've been able to read, she essentially took like a crayon tool or like an actual pencil tool and essentially just did like this. From what I've been able to read and look, because she's deleted the tweet obviously, this is what Kat did to censor Alicia's name, if she did it at all. I saw a bunch of people saying that she did censor it. It was just horribly done. But it was essentially taking the crayon tool and going like this. You still see the D-O-N-D-O in my name. What's really simple you can do is you click on this button here, solid fill, boom, censor, crazy. That's so easy to do. You can even do it in other shapes. Cool. You can make it rounded. You can even make it some like something like that. You can make a triangle. Like, it's so easy to do. I don't know how you mess it up for the only person you have beef with, and also I only bring up the skin tone thing because Alicia brings up, like, why was I the only one not censored in any of this? And that's odd to me.
Same person who went out of her way to blur everybody else's name in the Doki Google Doc, well, besides DokiBird, half-assed the censoring when it came to...
Okay, half-assed. So she censored it a little bit, so I'm assuming what I heard was correct, and she just kind of penciled over it. At that point, the video payment proof, I definitely wanted to make sure there wasn't any instance of me unfairly profiting from her cancer. Don't make the video. And at that point, the video made $48. I sent her 3 times the amount to be overly certain. Okay. Cat owes cat and check Canadian. She's got to be Toronto based. There's no way. Or like Quebec. One of the two. I'm gonna say Quebec. Province? Like slander on the province? Sure. Send it to Quebec.
Alicia, further adding to the distress. That's when Alicia came back with this tweet. And yeah, she didn't hold back. Hey there, idiot. It's me, the person you exploited. Don't worry, I showed all the screenshots in my video. It doesn't save your ass. You said in your own words I was too lazy to take it down, and that taking down videos take time. You are a liar. You can pretend and act like your editor is the problem, but you are. You are a terrible person who thinks posting about my cancer is fine, who chose to bring me up again to defend yourself when slamming on DokiBird. You posted a video clickbaiting my cancer on your channel. You had it changed to me being in remission. You bashed Doki for her blaming others. You are a hypocrite. Trying to call out someone else while you are the problem is just classic you though. Also, all screenshots, honey, I can provide them since they are in my response video. My screenshots also include the comment I made that you deleted, so cheers. You posted about my channel being hacked a week after I already got it back. You made the video after I already called out other channels for clickbaiting my cancer. You even stated you knew before the video uploaded that I don't want people calling me the cancer VTuber, yet you made the video.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Also, you of course didn't want the situation to be public because you look like shit. Lamau, I chose not to say anything, but then you brought me up to seem like a good person when people got upset about you in a relation to DokiBird. This is on you for making me step up. Obviously, Alicia couldn't speak about the docs immediately without drawing.
Cat has now deleted the tweet that doxed my full government name. Alicia used to be a esports commentator, so her first and last name are out there, but it was the middle name that was doxed. After one day of it being up, yeah, Cat left it up for a full, I think, 26 hours. She made the Google Doc, she censored everyone's fully, but when it came to mine, she didn't. I don't know why. I saw multiple people bring up skin color. The fact that Cat has reacted so poorly to Alicia being the darkest person in the story, skin color wise. I don't like Cat, so I'm going to be uncharitable. I don't think she's racist. I don't think she's racist. But constantly making comments saying, oh, well, he didn't know he's ASL, and Alicia being the only one to get different treatment, a lesser treatment, I can see why people come to that conclusion. To be clear, my first and last name are public due to me being a retired professional esports commentator, but my middle name has never been public. I don't know how you could try to write a professional statement in response to me, but just dox me within it, but she clearly has fully covered others' names before, so why wasn't the same done for me? Like I just showed, it's really easy to do. You have to intentionally change the brush on any art or picture to be the crayon, or to be like a perforated, not solid brush. So she would have had to change from the default when censoring Alicia's name, which tells me, to be uncharitable, it tells me she intentionally tried to dox Alicia. Because as I showed in Paint, I had to switch the brush, because the default one for every program is a solid line. No holes, no like opacity, whatever. It's... You have to put effort in to do that. So it's... I see why people say or bring up the race thing. I don't think it's true, but she ain't helping her case. Also, she's giving advice to streamers on what to do and what not to do. She should take some of her own advice. Because at this point, she's sucking on the toes with how much her foot is in her mouth.
More attention to it, which put her in a rough spot. Facing mounting public pressure as people were noticing the dogs and pointing it out, Kat then quietly deleted the tweet the following day. On a brighter note, Alicia recently shared that she's now officially...
But let's go. No apology for the docs, by the way. Just deleted the tweet.
beaten cancer, and that's something we can at least all celebrate. And this isn't the first time Catliente has upset the VTuber community. When the community pushed back...
We watched half of Rima's video about the lolly toddler age play VTuber group. I'm so tired. If you are in a position and you make someone who's doing age play look good, you... Oh. Oh, man. All right.
After one of her videos led to creators being harassed and losing their platforms, she bragged on her channel, saying they couldn't even put a dent in me.
Be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me.
I get that. Okay. They lost their platforms. I'm fine with that because I think it's weird. But doing a witch hunt to get to that point, I don't think is right. You should have gone through other ways if it was actually a problem. But going then, oh, I'm too big of a creator with my 20,000 subscribers. Ego, man.
What especially
Damn.
frustrates the VTuber community is that she doesn't seem to have made any effort to understand or connect with us. While most of us got into this space out of passion, she started with general content creator advice.
Yeah. So starting streaming, I wasn't a VTuber. But I've been watching them for a while. And granted, I'm a little lazy, so it was easier to just not turn on a camera. I like VTubing. It's a space I was in before I started streaming. And it's a community I've been in with other stuff. You don't have to start your content creation in VTubing to join the community. Take a look at Bricky. There's Nags. There's a couple people who aren't VTubers, but have been accepted by the community and by the space because of how they interact. Nags uses Facecam, but in making friends in VTubing community, he's openly embraced it. Bricky has openly embraced stuff with Warhammer and showing VTubers like, here's the lore and stuff. So you don't need to be in the space and start in the space. You can come in. But some people come in with a money incentive or looking to just mess with people. Cat sees dollar signs and is trying to grift into the VTuber space, and it's not working because people don't like her. But she only talks about drama. She doesn't talk about any of the positives. So if you want a drama, if you want a news channel talks about VTube stuff, False ID talks about positive and negative parts. He doesn't just harp on one side. If you want drama stuff, there's Rima. If you want whatever meme, Reddit, 4chan, text post reading, Green Post, there's Parrot. There's tons of people that you can go look at that aren't Cat and Chat.
And only pivoted to VTuber coverage after her video on the small Lola situation went viral. Of course, there's nothing wrong with pivoting your channel towards content that performs better, but the VTuber community is fiercely protective when it feels like outsiders are
Hololive started as an idol group and then shifted to gaming and just general streaming because that was more popular. So that's why this image is up.
exploiting the space for personal gain. Simply put, while many facecam creators have been warmly welcomed and are now beloved pillars of the community, like Coefficient or Nax, Cat's attempts have
Coefficient. I was trying to think of a third person that I know of. I know Evanito uses a facecam sometimes in a VTube model sometimes. I don't know which he started out as, but I know he's like he uses Facecam. Coefficient is the other person I was thinking of. Thank you, Rima.
come off as soulless and disrespectful.
Yeah.
Time and time again. Thank you so much for watching. That's all I've got for you guys today. And a massive shout out to everyone who helped me put this together, especially the folks in my Discord server who are keeping me sane through this absolute rabbit hole. If you want to join the madness, we're over at discord.gg/Freema. And if you've enjoyed the video, smash the
Or, chat, you could join my Discord that's linked below. Or you could put in the chat command for the Discord. You just get stream notifications in my Discord. There's not enough people to type. So if you want to come start typing, please. Please. I think that is the end of the video because she just shouts out YouTube members and stuff. Alright. I think we'll end there. And I realized I'm so tired. Dude, it's 2:14 in the morning. We've been live for 5.5 hours. So we watched about 2 hours of content and had a 5.5 hour stream out of it. Oy, oy. Who is there to raid? We got a raid from Iddy. Once I see Iddy again, I'm gonna say thank you again. Same to Crane. Ba 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 yeah. Na 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 na. Ba 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 ba. Ba la la la. Who's live? Fuzzy is live. Fuzzy's doing Genshin Impact while trying to stay awake. So we'll go over there. Oh, Fuzzy's doing VR chat, actually. Or something. I don't know. Chat, I'll see you later. Go be good in Fuzzy's chat. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. I'd appreciate a follow if you like me, I'd like a follow. Hey, I'd appreciate it. Struggling Canadian. Otherwise, I hope you all have a wonderful night. Go eat, go drink, do whatever rest you need to do. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Probably gaming, looking at the TWAB and stuff. Stuff I was gonna do today when the internet was down, but I'll see you all later. Go have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night, Jonah. Good night, Crane. Good night, everybody that was here.
Why am I